Here we go. Welcome, guys. How's it going, everyone? Which of my two characters should I play today? Let's see what I can do. Necro minion start. Yeah, I'm not sure about that actually. I think I need to kind of figure out what we actually have left. So we have this. We want Necro minion on top, rank 1. Okay. How many caches do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So give it to 35. Don't have any left our shrouds, right? We have 2 sparks down. But I can't craft the mythics yet. I wonder when we can. Can we do it a level 35? That's 4 to rapid fire, man. Holy. Okay. Yo, Mr. Chill stuff. Thank you, man. Appreciate us up. It's going to be Heartseeker. Yeah, we don't have Shrouds, so we have very low life here for leveling. It's going to be a bit annoying. Also don't have that many obols.
There's something special. Oh, too bad, friend. That's the spirit. Shame that.
There you go. Finger as well. I don't think we need Wind Striker actually. How about a Hectic? Okay. Blech. Not gonna redo this now. It's fine. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do here exactly with my skill tree. Glad to hear that he's attack. Dude, was super fun for me too. I'm excited to try some Earthspike as well. Might try some Epoch as well. Do we do Victimize? Let's fuck it. We go close quarters. So we don't need Cold Immune on the bar, right? We do this, we don't need this on the bar. Put that. We do this. I mean, we certainly don't want Caltrops right now, I think. But there's not really anything else to put. So, why not, I guess.
forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Wear the stars around your neck.
What colour and brilliance.
What killed me in Rip 2? The Idol of Doom. The thing you pick up at the start of the strong room. Yesterday I spent over 500 million gold to roll 2 ranks of potent for Spiritborn, but never got it. Ooh. Rookie mistake. Thinking 500 million is anywhere close to enough. I'm not sure what I should do as my second rune here. Vex. It's going to see a Vex. I don't know. Why not? Let's do that. Because it was Sec actually. How about Sec? Neo Sec. Okay, let's do that. Get some cooldown. Alright. I don't want resources here, right?
Good people of Scotland, where our leaders have failed us, Akarat can provide.
Can it be true?
Stun.
I what?
Alright, to the quest line.
Had a roof over me.
Okay, aspirational birch. I have to find something here. No. Why does it always zoom in? Maybe do that, but I need a tattoo for this. Which one is it? This one. Wait. Did it save it? Yeah. Okay. Martin. I guess we do a quest then, right? We go down there. Okay, let's go. Can play the game. Wait, no, we can't. We're mercenary. Oof. That's my res. Okay. Oh, we had to redeem from Love TV. Sorry, I missed that earlier. Only dying to bugs. That's not true. I have died to a lag as well last season. Ah, it's fine, no Rafi. Yo, Panda. Panda. Thanks for the raid, man. How's it going? I saw some Spiritborn action. Very cool. The blue Heartseeker looks kind of cool, actually. Let's go check out Panda. He's also a big hardcore blaster and one of our Maxroll guys. I'm just like getting started with the season, Panda. I'm currently level 35. Starting late a little bit. So I'm excited to see and explore. Oh, I heard it's a very good quest here. A very rewarding quest, right? I can put the rip clips on the YouTube description as well, guys. So let's see. Hey guys. Yeah, it does actually feel kind of bad because you know, I didn't really, you know, it wasn't really part of the plan, you know, to die this season. And now I've died twice, and not only that, but twice on the same day. Not only that, but you know, like I don't have like a multitude of mythics lying around and all that stuff, right? So I'm actually out of shrouds now. I lost my nice starless as well. I lost all of the like you know, the setups I've made. Like I had like 5 different builds saved on my Spiritborn, where like 3 I still wanted to try and stuff. I mean, okay, I still have the items for that, but I have to make the skill trees again and all that bullshit. Okay. Maybe I'll cut back on 1 or 2 builds I'm gonna play this season, but we'll see. But you have to get a shroud again. My crit GA partition is gone, I only have lucky hit now. Has anyone else died to this Idol of Doom? Like, what the fuck is going on with that? Only good bug is the dead bug. It's Idol of Doom for a reason, yeah. Hi, Lord Lorian. Actually, they did hotfix the infinite damage bug on a Sorc now, right? But they did not hotfix the strong runes yet, I believe. Or did they? Do not pick up the blood relic, guys. Very important. Do not pick up the blood relic, okay?
So that's why the
Do we have to do more now or not?
so this thing
Oh. No, right. Okay, let's see. The second rip was the Idol of Doom in strong rooms. The thing you can pick up as one of the choices. He just one-tapped me somehow. At least I still got 2.5 months to play the season and redo. Well, it's more like 2.5 weeks or something, you know, because then we're gonna play Ellie and Path of Exile. I mean, okay, we have Heartseeker now. And then we have Earthspike. On the Barb, I won't do a second build. I will not make a Necro. So it's like one Rogue build, one Druid build. And then I want to do like 3-4 things on the Spiritborn. And then I wanted to make a Hydra Sorc at some point, I guess. I guess I could do the Hydra Sorc a little bit as well. Hydra Sorc would be pretty good to farm the Mythics as well. It only has Avarion in the loot table, and it's also pretty good to do like easy teasy, save T4 bosses, I guess. How nerfed does the Sorc since the bug fix? Well, I wouldn't technically call this a nerf, because it was a bug fix. And the answer is, it's infinitely nerfed. If you look at it that way. But you know, it's like third best build in the game or so I guess that's okay. Is Heartseeker viable? Can I do speed 80s? Speed 80s? I'm not sure, but I can probably get close. It's definitely looking really good. Like for Rogue in general, there's so many good builds right now. And yeah, Heartseeker is like, I don't know, maybe in the top 5 or something. Maybe I'm just gonna play more Rogue this season, as there's so much variety right now. Just blast with Rogue. But yeah, there's still Spiritborn stuff to do. I still want to do like I want to do at least 115 or so on the Spiritborn, I think. But that will take a while, I guess. I wanted to grind some Paragons as well at some point. That would be nice, but I guess I'm never gonna get there since I have to go farm Mythics again. What happens to the two characters? They went to heaven. But heaven is corrupted by Diablo, so it's a bit unlucky. But Rogue stuck with Death Trap. Well, your thoughts are rooted in the past. The world keeps turning. Rogues are cool, but can you summon a giant flaming jaguar god? Every 3 seconds? Okay, that's a good argument, I gotta say. Dude, Spiritborn pushing has become like the ultimate spaghetti, man. Like, it's just like bugs on top of bugs again. It's insane. So first of all, you have like the typical like Balazan stuff. Double dipping with the Jaguar Hall. Okay, let's start from the beginning. So you equip Balazan. Oh, there's a Butcher and Exile, holy. Okay, you equip Balazan pants, right? So first of all, there's like various bugs to that I don't even have like the full overview of. But I know there's like various weird calculations going on. Then you use Noxious Resonance to deal damage instead of any of the other key passes, because for some reason, like that, poison damage just does way more than I would expect out of ladies. So I think there's something wrong with Noxious Resonance. And I told the devs they need to investigate that. Because something is fucked up with that key passive. Then we have the Jaguar main hall, which is the real star. So you deal damage 15 times to an enemy, and every 15th hit, you will deal the damage that you have done in the last half second. Again. Well, a portion of that. But that portion will be multiplied with a bunch of other multipliers, including big stuff. Like, for example, a random times 5 from your Mystic Circles, and another times 2 from your Quacks, and another bunch of small multipliers. So the Jaguar Hall actually suddenly, instead of like 15% of the damage, does like more like 2000%. And like this you can kill packs. And then use the Hunter. Speaking of the flaming Jaguar God, that's actually the real king. Because you have the Fell Soothsayer aspect. The Fell Soothsayer says when you kill a vulnerable enemy, you'll deal 55% of the killing blows damage to another random enemy nearby. So what you do is you use the flaming Jaguar God and execute a Jewel Guardian from 35% HP, because Hunter does that. And then that counts as dealing damage. And then the Fell Soothsayer goes boom. Not only that, but the Fell Soothsayer also starts double dipping on all kinds of bullshit. And then the boss goes boom. And you do like a 500 quadrillion hit. Boom. Hit 120 boss dead. Oh my god, man. That's fucking how it works right now, man. Oh god, it's fucking stupid. I can wait for the fucking Jewel Guardian to spawn. You whittle it down over 3 minutes. You wait for the 35% HP, you execute it, and then you pray that the Fell Soothsayer hits the boss. And one-shots the boss, man. Holy fuck, dude. It's exactly the same shit that people were doing for the 150 speedruns in Season 6 as well. And all of that shit was supposed to be fixed. But as we say in Germany, Pustekuchen. I saw that Poison TV is #1. Yeah, we learned about yet another bug. A very funny one. When you use Shadow Clone with Twisting Blades, every time your Shadow Clone hits and applies the 8% damage ramp, it overrides the previous damage ramp. So you basically never have the damage ramp of the 8% stacking debuff on the Twisting Blades when you have a Shadow Clone out. So you just play without Shadow Clone. We got what we wanted after all. Shadow Clone is dead for DB. And you know what? I am not mad at all. Wait, there's two pillars right on top of each other here, but I can't click both. Whoa. Yo, Thomas. Thank you, man. Yeah, Twisting Blades cannot run with Shadow Clone. I mean, you can, but it's not good. Just play Death Trap and have fun, actually. And it's better. Which class is more bugged, Spiritborn or Sorc? Yeah, I think Spiritborn is probably still one of the more bugged classes now. At least with like what's going on with the Balazan builds and the pushing stuff especially. I mean, okay, like most of the bugs can be fixed relatively easily by just reworking what Fel Soothsayer does and reworking what Jaguar does. So this is what I suggested to the devs, like just change those two effects, you know, don't try to fix the fucking bugs. Because even if they fix the bugs, like then we don't care about these effects anyway. They're only good because of the bugs in the first place. You know, we would never use them again anyway, without the bugs. So, screw that, just make it something that is like, you know, future-proof, fail-safe. You know, change it, be done with that. And hopefully they do that. And then I guess Spiritborn is actually looking kind of okay, but apparently there's still some pretty like big spaghetti stuff going on with the Balazan fans, and I really don't trust the Noxious Resonance key passive. I have a suspicion, and if that is proven true, that will be very funny, that the 180 to 20 split from Noxious Resonance for a single target in AoE is actually reverse, and it's actually 20 single target and 180 AoE. Like, it just feels that way. When you have one guy, you're doing no damage. When you have like two guys, they die. When you have five guys, the entire pack just explodes. Like, there is something going on, and I'm pretty sure they just fucking reverse the numbers. You should have 10 targets to deal double the damage. But when I have 10 targets, I do like 50 times the damage, maybe. Like, something is going on. Gotta try some health out. Play Death Trap instead of TB or play DT instead of Shadow Clone in TB. Yes, you play Death Trap instead of Clone in Twisting Blades. I mean, you can also play the Death Trap build, which is very good. What else the Maxroll? Outside is in 1 minute. Sure, then we do another one. Did I say that Spiritborn is in a good state or not? Yeah, Spiritborn is completely busted thanks to some bugs. And I want him to fix the bugs. And then Spiritborn was gonna be good. But a bunch of builds will need updating for sure. T4 has bugs. Yeah, it's unbelievable sometimes, but yeah. Yeah, so about the Balazan pens, so apparently the Nourishment passive double dips, which is not such a big deal, it's like a relatively minor thing. But it's kind of funny, so apparently the Balazan pens first scales off the dot, and then does the direct bounce damage, and then somehow it can double dip into the Nourishment passive, because it does extra poison damage again. So it's kind of weird, because the dot is supposed to come from the direct off ones and not the other way around. Isn't he gonna be completely unplayable like a season after it was released? Did they fix these bugs? No, Spiritborn has been totally fine in season 7 and 8. People just had PTSD from the nerfs and I guess were like kind of oversaturated from an entire season of playing Spiritborn in season 6. So Spiritborn wasn't really popular in season 7 and 8. But I played a lot of Spiritborn. Actually I played the most Spiritborn in season 8 and in season, like in all of seasons since the expansion I played Spiritborn the most. And I always had a ton of fun and I had good builds anyway. But yeah, right now it's going a bit too crazy again with the bugs. Did I ever temper like some stuff here? Actually I didn't temper anything on my... Morning takeout. Will I make a Sorc? Yeah, I was planning to make a Sorc. And maybe I'll actually make it sooner than later. Because Sorc would be a pretty good candidate to farm Mythics again. Need a Shroud again. I want another Crit Prediction again. I want another Stardust with attack speed or so, or crit at least. There's a bunch of stuff now that I need to go for. I had this like beautiful crit GA, attack speed GA, triple masterwork attack speed Stardust and 47% attack speed. That was nice. But it's Gonski. Last 3 season has been mostly quill build. Yeah, pretty much. But actually, wasn't Spiritborn actually the highest pusher or second highest pusher last season at the end? Because of this like weird lag touch of death build. It's kind of funny how that developed in the end. I mean, it's like definitely not a very, you know, recommendable build, but dude, Spiritborn's at 123 now. Can we see season 8 somewhere? Yeah. Okay, it was Lightning Spear and then Spiritborn. It was actually really close here. But then this was I had, but this was like the overpower bugs and stuff, right? Heartseeker duration. We don't need that, I guess.
Forge is always hot.
Yeah, I played Razorwing yesterday. It's pretty decent. It's not like a crazy build, but it works fine. I can do even T4 lab bosses with it. Well, I could. And I was able to farm like 70s, like 2.5 minutes. I think a bit more min-max. You can do like 75 speedruns, no problem. With Razorwings. It's pretty funny. A little bit like, you know, you have to like kind of get used to the cooldown management and stuff. But it feels pretty cool because like a range build. And we have not many of those in this game. Don't think there has been a single season where the top build was not just a bug. That's pretty much true. Although I think like season 7, like Blood Wave and these kind of things, I think it was relatively bug free. It was just kind of like overdue as hell. Exclamation mark, leveling Perky. Type exclamation mark build, I took Chronix's Maxroll build and I altered it a little bit. I'm not sure if he is agreeing with my choices, but I told Chronix about it at least. And maybe he's gonna do some adjustments on the build guide. But it felt pretty nice to play Razor Wings. Definitely doable. I'm gonna make a video on it. Do we have a season without duplicates? Good question. I mean, dupes weren't really like important before season 2, I guess, because bosses didn't exist and materials for bosses and mythics and so on. But yeah, I guess season 0, season 1 probably were dupe free for the most part. If one doesn't work, why not? Oh, maybe the link is wrong, let me check. I have the red, yeah, I have it in the user description, by the way, guys. I died to air. Yeah, I died of cringe, I think, in clip 2. No, it was the Idol of Doom. Somehow the Idol of Doom just one-shot me. And this was a very tanky character. I'm able to, like, you know, tank the Varshan, you know, ground stuff in T4 and so on. So this was a tanky character. I had like 20k life, 80 res. Resolve, fortify, barriers, everything. Not the Pension Rogue, did the game lag? Nah, I mean, I was not necessarily 100% trying to dodge every single jump. You know, I was plenty tanky to just survive the jump. Because, like, you know, a Harbinger, like, if you want to do Harbinger on hardcore, you need to be able to take the jump. Even if you try to dodge it, occasionally it just goes wrong. Sometimes also the animation is kind of buggy and he just kind of instantly jumps out and you don't even see it or something. So that can happen. So you don't want to do Harbinger and, you know, in a scenario where I get one shot. So my rogue, when I died in a clip, was able to tank probably 2 jumps without healing. Or it would have been at least close. So something like 2 jumps where I could survive. And I had an Endurant Faith equipped in that moment, and I think the Endurant Faith killed me somehow. Like, you see that exactly 3 seconds after the jump, I suddenly instantly die. And Endurant Faith has exactly a 3-second timer. So I think something like bugged out of the glove. Yo, Alexandre, thanks for Prime, by the way. How am I feeling after my Spiritborn died? Yeah, I'm having a wonderful day. Just like I had a wonderful night last night. Yeah, this was kind of rough. If mythics were easy to get, I guess I wouldn't be so sad right now, but the problem is, like, I don't want to do these fucking bosses again that much. Like, I was happy, I was, like, mostly done with my mythic grind. I just needed another Shaco and maybe a better Shroud, and then I would have been kind of happy. But now we have no Shroud. We have a Starless that doesn't work for half my builds. And we have a Perdition that doesn't work for most of my builds. So yeah. Ugh. Hi Shiva, thanks for riot. And hello guys. How was your stream? Funny if the duping was like in Diablo 1 where you put the item on the ground, walk away, click the item to walk to it for auto pickup. Yeah, I know there were like some weird bugs like that in D1. Yeah, most of the duping that is done in D4 I think has to do with like weird kind of like, you know, cross-play, invite people in party, lag out the game, and then do something and right in the moment of your inventory, kind of in that moment and so on. So something like that is like mostly what's happening for duping. But I mean, there's like plenty of duping bugs, and many of them have been fixed already. But yeah, not all of them, I guess. You're playing some PoE 2, okay. What are you doing in PoE 2? I wanna do another character as well. I wanted to do like a SSFHC galvanizing shard at some point this season before the next one comes. So I'm planning to do that like maybe end of the month or something. To warm up for 0.3 as well. Best rogue build this season. Huh. Yesn't actually. There's like a pretty hot race between Death Trap and TB. A little bit of pen shot. Doing the Javazon build, nice. Yeah, Javazon was super fun. Penshop feels great in tight corridors, but it's so bad in wide open areas. Yeah, it's alright. With the guaranteed bounce, it's kind of like alright, I think. Less Sorc. Oh. Trying to get chests that I cannot open. Where can you see the Heartseeker build? I don't think I actually made a planner for this. I just took dark sides from Maxroll. I think I'm like just slightly altering like my stats and stuff to have a bit more life, and a few tweaks on like the tree, but that's it. So just take that. How much CD and evade cooldown do you need for perma evade? And the number is 59%. But the thing is that you know, evade on the tooltip doesn't actually show you how long the cooldown is. So I have to calculate it manually. What do I think of the season? Actually, surprisingly good season. I did not expect that the 9-dimensional escalation system would actually be as good as it is, even though there's still stuff I would like to see improved. So I hope they're gonna keep working on that long term. And then, you know, eventually give us like real juicing mechanics as well. So I think they kind of like have a good framework now to do something like that. PoE style juicing would be nice. But we're getting there, I guess. And I mean, overall, the builds that we have this season are really cool. We have a lot of nice builds right now. This is like probably the most fun season when it comes to like the variety and of good builds. Like every build I play is good and it's fun, and that's nice. I want to play as high as possible with relatively little effort. Which should you choose? Druid, Sorc, or Spiritborn? I want to get as high as possible in the pit. I mean, the highest pusher is Spiritborn, but it's also the most effort and the hardest to play. Then there's Druid, which is probably the lowest out of the three, but not by much. Slightly behind the Sorc, I guess. But it's super fun. Super tanky. It just works. And then the Sorc, which is like in the middle in the power. But pretty boring. But I guess when it comes to low effort, I guess Sorc and boring, and that probably checks out. So you might want to play Sorc. Why I can't find my Barb guide on Maxroll or GG? Because I don't write for the Barbs. I have Spiritborn builds right now on Maxroll. But exclamation mark build, there's my Lunging Strike planner, and the video is out as well for Lunging Strike. It's on YouTube. Fresh off the press. Why do you find Sorc boring? Yeah, it's just like this kind of like low APM. Yeah, okay, I mean like late game when you do like the ball lightning spam, I guess it's okay. Maybe it's not that boring late game, I agree. But I feel like for the most part, you know, before you get to that point, it's just like, okay, you don't really have like the mana or so, and you just kind of like walk, Hydra, walk, teleport, walk, Hydra. I guess when you just like go giga ham with like teleport spam, ball lightning, Hydra spam, it's fine. You need Harlequin Crest of GA cooldown if you use Sunburst Amulet. I don't have the math in my head about that. You probably don't need a GA cooldown at Harlequin. But you might have to masterwork your boots up a little bit. I mean, the Sunbird is a relatively optional choice. A normal neck will do fine, and in most cases it's probably even better. It's just that Sunbird is like a really nice starter item, because it just has like insane stats. So you just equip it, and you already get a lot of power. But later, a normal neck actually beats it anyway, and you can put evade cooldown on it, and this makes everything easier. So move space. Dude is great, you got a Glister of Serenity and blasting everything, free tapping form and party on T4. Yeah. Druid is powerful. Feels really fun. Earth Spike also. I've seen a Boiler pushed 104 with Earth Spike. So that's the thing. I wonder if his planner is close to mine. It probably is. But I want to see if he did like anything major different. But yeah, 104 on Earth Spike. That's pretty legit. I'm definitely playing that at some point soon, but I want another Starless at some point, and I guess we need Shrouds though. Well, Sunbird is a must-have because of the Jaguar passives. Sunbird is not a must-have, but it's pretty good. You know, it's pretty good. I'm not sure exactly what the Corinx has put into the evade guide now. There's like a bunch of different variants. But there's surely variants that have normal neck. The thing is that, especially for example for pushing, you can proc Potent without the neck as well, you know. You can for example have Ravager and like slowly stack up Potent on a boss or something like that. You don't need to have the Jaguar synergies to stack Potent with the feathers. And then it's basically just Furnace it again. And I mean, okay, Furnace is a nice passive, but it's not that crazy. I one quad. Wonder if landslide will be good. I'm not sure about landslide right now. Haven't really played that since season 5, so no idea what the Druids are up with that. I guess you can check the tier list where it lands. But yeah, I mean, Druid has really good builds right now, and landslide is probably not really one of them. My daddy, the Stormslide build from season 5 was super fun, but that build is dead now, so it's basically just pure landslide now. And that doesn't really have like good AoE coverage. That's like kind of the main issue. Like the Stormslide kind of like solved that problem. It gave you like decent single target, because the landslides were like really like small AoE but high damage. And then you like the lightning storms all around from the Nature's Fury procs. And that was a good combo with Stormslide. That was just a good build all around. But now it's just landslide, and it doesn't really cover any AoE. So when you do like hordes or something with that, it just feels awful. That's good for leveling. Yes. I mean, you see here, this Helltide started 22 minutes ago. I think I went here like pretty much 20 minutes ago, and I got already like 8 level ups now or something. I mean, I'm one-shotting everything on Penitence, so that helps, but it's relatively good. And we lost 2 characters last night, Donkey. Back to back. Oh, nutty. And I guess we're gonna do a lot of Heartseeker then. I need to like level glyphs again and stuff like that. I wonder if I still have like an old chest. I had like some normal chests for my rogue, not a shroud. This build is going to be Heartseeker. I did the one and only B. I died to a bug. And then we doubled it. Yes, James, we're playing Heartseeker right now. Well, I don't really have half the pieces for it, but we're trying. If we don't find Umbra's aspect, just put the Darkshot on the bar for the start. Since many builds from preparation usually can get a reset pretty soon. Is Heartseeker back? Heartseeker's back. Which key passive on Heartseeker? For the chill version, Victimize. If you want to be a bit more try-hard, close quarters is better. I'm planning to play a bit of a mix of like Dark Side's Mythic and Push versions from the Maxroll guide. So I think it has like Victimize in like the Mythic builds just for like farming and stuff. But I will just play close quarters all the way. And a few other tweaks. Do I have enough chests to open? Need to check the Hydra build after seeing a couple of things are bugged and not working. Oh, interesting. What's not working on Hydra build? I think I might just do two Druid over here. Open this chest. Victimize now a pure debuffed passive, like you can't optimize for it. Yeah, you just take Victimize and it works, basically. It's like a 75% multi, but you have to proc it first. And I'm not sure if, like, if you hit a target and you get the Victimize proc, I'm not sure if the hit that procs that Victimize will already be buffed. So it could be that the first hit on a target is usually not buffed, but I'm not sure. I'd have to ask the rogue guys if they've tested this. I guess it's relatively easy to test, actually. Shit. And I mean, you have to have enough like a hit on a build so that Victimize actually consistently triggers on the first hit, or close to that at least. But the thing is, close quarters, you activate it and then you have the buff, and the buff is on you, not on a target. So you just, you know, kill shit basically. I mean, you one-shot everything. Close quarters kind of makes more sense. But when you don't one-shot everything, then close quarters kind of also makes more sense, because you kind of want to have more damage and more attack speed when you don't one-shot everything. So I feel like close quarters is just like a superior thing, but Victimize is like an okay option as like a backup. It's weird, as I actually wanted to test how Victimize works. Should just like take off all of the mythics and stuff and see what happens when I take Victimize. Just like the damage itself. Apparently for leveling, the Victimize explosion damage is actually kind of decent. So what if I... Okay, we're not putting starters anyway, right? But you can take out this and this. Just to see what happens. I mean, you have like the big tempers and stuff, so I should probably take off more. Let's remove Moonrise, remove Adaptability, remove this. I can't dash like this. Can't dash at all, okay. Can we see Victimize? Does it have like an animation? Okay, let's move the glove as well. Only 400 life though. Low armor. Okay, we have to be a bit careful, I suppose. Can see if you notice a big difference here.
What's happening here? A memory.
What is the bug on Spiritborn? Idol of Zoom one-shot me from the strong room. Does plus skill ranks rune trash or no for Sorc? Well, that depends on the build. I mean, this is Penitent. Like half the items equipped. We're killing elites pretty fast. I don't see the Victimize explosions though. Doesn't seem bad though. Wonder what happens when I remove Victimize now. We only have a rapid aspect, no other aspect. And we have, okay, damage production, shadow, temper, so that gives me quite a lot of damage right now. But then you see, this is way slower. And okay, I'm missing the 75% bonus, but the Victimize seems to be doing quite some damage while leveling. So I think like when you season start a rogue, you just go for a bunch of lucky hit stuff, like Pen Shot, Heartseeker, Barrage or something. And you just poke Victimize and I think you're chilling. Maxroll says cooldown for ulti. For what build? Cape. Should get Macro Bioboy in the stream asking what is going on with Necro this season because you don't know anything about Necros in season 9. Well, maybe you don't. So I recommend you watch Micro Bioboy's YouTube. How about that? We also have Lord Sora who's up, like putting out some videos here and there. And I'm not sure if Sorc actually makes YouTube, but he might also be doing some stuff. Fire damage temper and fire starter aspect are not working for Hydra. Yeah, okay, I mean that's both relatively minor, I suppose. I mean Hydra Sorc is really good. So nothing to worry about, I think. Oh, I didn't have Exploit and Malice yet. Oops. Okay, we got this done. Operator Other. I actually remember that name from somewhere. Is Druid dead? Nah, my Druid is alive. But my Druid is also kind of like done for now. I just want to play Earthspike at some point, but not yet. I'm doing some Heartseeker now, I guess. Maybe when I get a Shroud again, I'll play my Earthspike. My Earthspike is kind of like set up, but I lost my Shroud. And I mean, I have a Starless, but the Starless is like wrong GA and completely wrong Masterworks. So I was kind of happy with the attack speed Starless I had, and that is gone now, so it's a bit yikes. Stormclaw, yeah, that's also gonna happen. I have 3 Druid builds actually, so we have Stormclaw and Earthspike coming up. Yeah, I saw 104 from Boiler with Earthspike. Pretty good. I don't remember exactly what I had in my Stormclaw build, but I think there was also a Shroud. And a Perdition actually, right? I think I also had Perdition in the setup with Stormclaw. Okay, we are 50. Let's open some boxes. Actually, only 3 left up there. And then Stronghold time. Is this season in the top 3? It's a pretty good season actually. If you especially if you take it by itself, you know, without looking at what were out of season themes before this. I think the season theme is decent, and the season overall is really good. You know, I think a lot of people have an issue with the season because it's just like a copy-pasta of previous themes, and I think that's a valid argument. But in a vacuum, it's actually a good season. It's just we have seen it like 5 times before. But yeah, like the 9 management rework is nice, the meta is nice, the overall balance is really good. Great builds. So I kinda like it. We're actually resetting our Shadow Clone in time. The Zek rune. Crazy. It lasts 15 seconds and has a 49 seconds cooldown. In 15 seconds it comes back. Wait, how the hell do I reset it in time? I'm not spending any resources. I don't even have preparation. And Neo Zeg should give me 2 seconds every 2 seconds extra. So it's basically 100% extra cooldown recovery. So in 15 seconds it should come back 30 seconds. But somehow I have a 50-second cooldown and I get it back. I don't know why. Not that I'm complaining, but it seems weird. Balazan Thrash is so fun, you like it more than Rake. I'll enjoy. I also played the Thrash quite a bunch on the DR. It was fun. And also it's more consistent, that's the good part about Thrash. It just kind of like works from the start, you don't have resource issues. You trigger the quacks in all circumstances, like there's some nice advantages on Thrash as well. If you guys have issues with Rake and the resources and stuff, just play the Thrash variant, and it's much more chill. Goblin? Dude, if that is a gold goblin. It's a blue goblin, oh my god. No, it's a Merle. Ah, does he drop the bag now? Nice. I wonder if that bag scales with difficulty. If the golem paragon board is fixed. I'm not sure what's wrong with the golem paragon board exactly. But you should probably ask Maxroll for that or something. I've not tried anything with Necro and like golems. Okay, I think it is stronghold time. We're level 51, should be fine. Stormclaw is a thing again. Yeah, it's not like a top build or so, but it seems like a decent build at least. I saw people doing like 90s with a Stormclaw. So definitely in playable territory. So I made a setup for it actually. Did I put it on a Discord already? I'm not sure. Maybe not. Did you use Essence for XP? What Essence? Shred is pretty solid. Yeah, Shred is pretty good too. Instance, ah. Actually, I don't have an instance for now. But now it doesn't matter anymore, we're doing the strongholds now, so we don't get XP from the kills. We only get it from the completion. And that doesn't scale with the XP bus. Although actually, I mean, the XP comes from the boss kill, so there could be a chance that it scales. I think I'll try it in one of the later levels. Like, I need to get like to the point where I'm like right at the southern level, and then 2 strongholds won't give me a level up. Like a level 58, 59 or something like that. I think I might get less than half a level per stronghold. We can see if we notice a difference, but I'm pretty sure that the XP bonuses don't work. Usually all these like one-time completion and like, you know, completion rewards, anything that's not a monster kill basically is usually not buffed. But since this is from the boss kill, maybe. There's gonna be a Heartseeker build drop step. Yeah, this is Darkside's Maxroll build for Heartseeker. I gonna like slightly alter it, but it's almost the same build. Any plans for Tornado Druid? No. I tried Tornado. Was that last season actually? Yeah, I did a little bit of Tornado last season, but it was pretty awful. And also super inconsistent because you only await overpowers with Xun rune. Okay, now Xun and overpower and stuff is basically gone. And it's kind of like more consistent, but I think it's still on the weaker side, really. I think as fun was lackluster and high camp pushing. I'm pretty sure that it should go into the 90s as well. At least like mid 90s or something, I guess. Are you doing the season quest and you get a new character? Yeah, you have to do like the first 2 quests or else you don't get the rep board. But not the entire thing. Ah, previous seasons. Yeah, Heartseeker got a huge buff this season. Especially for Pain Gorges being like functional now. Contest on a character is max level 2 maybe? Note on the XP amount. True, I guess. With Paragons it's gonna be much easier to test because I don't actually change the character level. So I can just do like some leftover strongholds and see if I get XP, or like how much XP I get, and then how much I get with a potion and incense. Fair. So if I don't get a test done now, I can try that at max level as well. But I don't really want to do strongholds at max level. How do you proc Pain Gorges on Rogue? The wolves from the rune.
What's happening here?
Archellaria. Nice fight. Flurry is pretty good right now, yeah. Obviously, it also has like a really nice like progression. It's like a good starter build. It scales easily into late game. The helm is better than Perdition Helm, so you just get that and you're blasting basically. Five Savage. I'm doing fine, yeah. How about you? Okay, now we almost level up. Let's just grind a level up here. Should be fine, I think, right? It's gonna kill a few guys. Okay, here we go. I need some incense actually. Let's get incense and a pot. Hi, Wax. Could I tell this to put passive points for all basic skills like cold clip? I don't know, I think it makes thematic sense for it to be a puncture thing though. But it'll be fun if they make more cool stuff with imbuements possible. That's the alchemist here. There's 8% XP again. And this is 5% XP gain. Okay, I think if I log out, I should be at the stronghold again, right? You can't get the mythic chests. Well, if you're rich enough, you can just buy 6 bug runes. But otherwise, keep grinding those bosses. How important is the aspect on Rotting Nightbringer? Yeah, that's the most important thing. Got a quad GA 520 and try to get a 600. I guess I could map it out and see. But yeah, I mean quad GA is... That means they also have resource cost reduction GA, which is actually a downside. You actually want to avoid a resource GA on that thing. Okay, let's see. Do this guy have XP? No. Okay, so it's 118,606. Oh, we might actually level, right? So XP gain was 703, 773 for the boss. So you get around 100k from the killing monsters and 700k from the boss. Now let's see the turn in. So that was 103, 139. So the turn-in is another 170. So the boss is 700, the turn-in is 175. So 20% is the turn in, 80% is the boss. Well, and a little bit of the kills, I guess, but if you do it on normal, you won't feel that very much. So the problem is we are going to level up from this, but it doesn't matter as long as I know how much XP I got. Let's not claim this yet. Let's do this. Yeah, this was without potion in any sense. Should I do the Forgotten Wisdom Navigator and get a guaranteed 1 hour XP? Yeah, that would be pretty good actually, for leveling before the strongholds at least. Okay, now we do this and this. We have a 13% bonus.
Mason will stained with residual net. The aftermath of an arcane explosion.
Did I write down how much is the max XP? No. 1770 120. Okay.
This is madness! We will not survive! We'll sacrifice ourselves!
Actually have more. Give XP, right? Okay. Where is he? So get exactly to level up. 707. And the shrine. Okay. Let's check a little bit what we got here. Okay, so the max XP of the level was this. Before the boss we had this. And then we had 7,000 after the boss. So we get this from the boss. 704,000. Yeah. So before we got 703.7 and now we got 704.4. So it was 700 more XP. So the boss kill itself is buffed. Like the elite kill XP that the boss gives is buffed, but the one-time reward is not buffed. So as expected, basically. So you get like 700k like one-time reward or something, and whatever 4k from the kill. And the turn-in was this minus this, 176 from the turn-in. And the previous turn-in was 174, yeah. So it's like slightly more from the turn-in now because I'm also a level higher. So it is also not buffed. As expected, okay. Okay, 3 out of 3, 0, 3, 0. Okay, let's do this. The best side of harm scattered prism. Oof, word bosses, I think. Which mythic is better to craft for the Penshot Rogue, traditional status? Tough choice. You have pretty good alternatives in both slots. I mean, Carl is really good, Godslayer is decent. So I would probably go for status first, honestly. That also makes it a bit more consistent when you proc your Quax rune to just keep attacking. Plus it has really good stats.
The Khazra storm is ended. It is done.
Bring out a patch soon, do some class balancing. Yeah, Tuesday should be patch day. So like 5 days. I wonder what they will do. Last time they did that and they just buffed stuff. So I imagine they're gonna do something similar again. I don't think they're gonna nerf anything. But who knows, maybe they're gonna start fixing a bit of the Spiritborn bugs, because Spiritborn is very clearly ahead of the other classes anyway, so they can definitely start fixing some stuff. But the way I know them, probably they won't. Let's do this actually. Hardcore bug free this season. Yeah, it's an extremely bug free. You can actually type !rip and !rip 2 to see how bug free it is this season. If you're not convinced. Is that Idol of Doom stuff happening to you guys as well, by the way? Or was it just like some weird shit going on with my character? It would be kind of good to know in order to extend the bug report if there's anything else that we can learn. Yeah, okay. Nice. Looks poison is what killed you both times. No. No poison. Any dot on your character looks like poison. Every dot on your character has the same like green half globe effect, even if it's not poison. So in the first case that was Endurant Faith, which I'm not even sure what kind of damage type it is, if it even has a damage type, but it just looks like poison. And the second time I just got insta-popped from the Idol of Doom. Actually, I don't really want to do the rogue quest, I just realized. Glorping, what are you playing? Do you have like any information about your builds that could help us? Because it seems like not everyone dies on Idol of Doom. So maybe it's something Spiritborn specific, or maybe something special going on. Banner icon in inventory, that means it's a favorite item, because I like the item so much.
Flights from the vampires.
not going Twisting Blade. Although I should, I guess. Twisting Blade is a very good build right now. Maybe there's like something going on with Spiritborn and the Idol of Doom. But I mean, I was playing Spiritborn before a lot, and I was definitely doing Idol of Doom. So maybe something else happened. But I noticed when I died with the Idol of Doom, it said absorb, block, and dodge all at the same moment. If you look at the rip clip. So maybe there's like some weird interaction with, you know, blocking and dodging at the same time, and somehow that happens with this Idol of Doom, and maybe that bugs out. Just a streamer client. Well, I'm not the only one. The Gloping says he also died to the same thing with the Idol. So I'm just wondering what it is. Maybe it's something about the build, but I mean, what could be special about my build? I was running Fortify. I had like the season power for Fortify in that moment. Maybe the Fortify? But I mean, plenty of people have Fortify. But typically Spiritborn don't have Fortify, I guess. Or maybe it's just like some rare bug that just happens, you know? Because the Idol of Doom usually does like no damage at all, you know? You just carry it and it takes for like 5% of your HP or something, and that's it. But who knows? With Blizzard math, anything is possible in this game, so... Any Barb that uses Shattered Wow? Nope. Especially not any Barb build, because Barbs already have Berserking, and they have Rupture to remove dots. And not only that, but Rupture is a way better way of removing dots, because they can remove the dots without removing dots. So you definitely want to avoid Shattered Wow under all circumstances on a Barb. The weird bug with the Idol. After he died once, he picked it up again and died again shortly after. Funny. Maybe there's an interaction between Idol and some Night Management affix. So maybe there's like a specific affix that makes that happen. I don't know what I had on this run, but I guess we could check the sigil. How sure are we getting a Druid for PA2 next league? I mean, that should be basically guaranteed. They already had the Druid announced for the previous season. So now, you know, we should definitely get it. They just cut it like, you know, last moment or something for 0.2. Yeah, it could be that the Idol of Doom bug is happening maybe through some combination of, you know, nightmares and affixes or so. Because this will maybe explain why not many people experience it and why it has been fine like 100 times for me. But maybe there's a combination of affixes or something that makes that happen. I think I bugged out the stronghold. Very nice. Yeah, I'm planning to make a Sorc. But I want to get a Shaco first, preferably. I haven't found a Shaco yet this season. How does like a hit work after 100%? Well, it just works the same as before 100%. More like a hit means you proc your shit more often. Like having 100% like a hit doesn't mean that you stop benefiting from it. You can cap out on like a hit, but that is a very difficult thing to do, and most builds never get there. And if you're talking about like an Azure build, for example, the cap would be 250% on your skill. Because Azure has a 40% chance. And then 250 multiplied with 40 is 100%. So you cannot have more than that and benefit from it. But until then, you're fine. Yeah, I've only gotten one Uber, that was with 2 sparks. What did you craft with your sparks? Why do I have like different boots transmog? For like no reason. How did that happen? Actually, it doesn't seem to be different, it's just like a different color for no reason. The Idol of Doom bug. And you randomly die of cringe. That's the bug. $150, you have 40, then you get 40 plus 100 times 40 plus 50 times 40. What the hell is that calculation? No, like a hit is relatively simple. You take the like a hit from your skill and multiply it with the thing you're trying to proc. That's it. If you have 100% lucky hit on Azure, you have exactly a 40% chance to trigger it. If you have 200% lucky hit, you have 80% chance to trigger it. If you have 250, it's 100. You know what causes it? I do like Heartseeker. Right now it's just leveling. I mean, it's fun, but I want to see the real builds once I'm done here. I've seen way more wall lighting players and not hider builds when doing pit runs. That is untrue. What you see is people playing Hydra and using ball lightning to trigger unstable currents and reset their evade cooldown for teleport spam. I don't know, synonyms am I? What's stronger, Heartseeker or pen shot? Pen shot. But not by too much. Can you send 2 video clubs? Sure, glopping. But can you explain what's happening? That is correct, Ginger Boy. If you have a 50% base lucky hit, and you have 100% bonus, it will become 100%. And then that product is multiplied with the lucky hit proc of, for example, Azure Wrath. So pen shot starts at 50, you have plus 100% bonus, it becomes 100. And then you multiply that with the Azure Wrath proc, so 100% times 40%. So it's a two-step calculation, basically. First, how much lucky hit does the skill have, and then what's the final chance to trigger the proc. But whatever you did earlier didn't really seem correct. So, you know, you just need to multiply this first and then the other thing. Laumeyer. Okay.
I don't run with bandits.
3, and hovers our time. Hi, Locadio. Hi, Snelled. It looks to be caused by walking into a clipping any wall right after or during combat. What the fuck? Wait, I'm gonna check it out after the stronghold. But I don't think I clipped into any wall or something. I was just like out in the open and randomly died. Whenever you touch a wall during combat, you immediately just die with the idol. But I mean, I've been using the idol like, I don't know, 50 times or something this season, and I never died, and then boom. Like, how did that not randomly happen before? If that's how it works. Let's see. level 60 now. Do we just but the legendary aspects and the items you have for your build, and then you do damage? Yeah, if you're level 60, you unlock Torment 1 first of all. And then you start working on getting the right stuff. You know? Farm the pit a little bit, get your glyphs higher. Try to get some boss smarts, do some bosses for the core uniques. You don't insta-kill the ads and then you can kill Lilith. That's how you prevent the bug. Okay. So let's see this. Can we fast forward this a bit? What? It just closes. Okay. Okay, Idol of Doom. Dude, what? Let's look at the timer. Yeah, the first debuff, this is the Idol of Doom. Yeah, look. So I guess when it triggers and you're like next to a wall, you just die or something. Yeah, it was kind of the same shit as before. Like, yeah, that's the idol. So it takes and kills you. Here's another clip. What the fuck, man? Like, instantly, man. Okay. Good. Can I download these? Thank you. I'm gonna try to, like, add that to the bug report. Interesting. I want to see my rip clip again. I mean, I wasn't clipping into anything. There was nothing there. Like, here, I was not next to a wall. There was no monster. I just died. So this might not be it. Died of old age. Character lived too long. Maybe the shrine area is coded like a wall. Yeah, great.
My skills unmatched.
Let's watch a compilation of hardcore deaths this season. Yeah, I have a hardcore channel and the Rips Clips channel on my Discord, but I think people are not really posting much there. And I don't really have many clips to show myself. So maybe when the expansion ends and the next expansion comes, I'm gonna do like a review of all my hardcore deaths. So far we have 4 since Vessel of Hatred, which were the last season. I died to the Andariel bug with the Sorc, the invisible beam, and I had the Necro lag. And this season I had what happened yesterday, and well, nothing season 6 and season 7. So let's see how many more we can rank up here. Thanks, Lobbing. I think we have enough clips. Picked it up before the strongman almost died right away. Huh. Season's not over yet. True. But I mean, what else is there that could be bugged? Who knows? I mean, I generally know everything that could be dangerous, but you know, you always might get surprised at something new. I am going Heartseeker build. Which heart could have hurts most in any RPG? I mean, the ones yesterday definitely hurt. Because Mythic grind is really slow this season as well. So, you know, I had like a lot of builds ready and I was just going to like, you know, do like, you know, new build every day or something. Just kind of like cycle through them and then, you know, at some point just like kind of like stabilize and grind some gaunts and just blast a bit more or something and then peace out. But now I have to actually level a character, I have to grind new mythics and some shit like that. So that's a bit annoying. So I guess you're gonna play some of the builds a bit less and a bit more scuffed than expected, but okay, I guess. Yarish. Lilith Halt Death must be up there. Yeah, at least that wasn't too a bug though, that was just to user error. And it also taught me a valuable lesson that I should actually not forget. Always assign halt.
Wait. Halt.
Okay. Does the hotfix mess any builds up? Well, that only depends on how much you like to exploit. But not really. These characters alive after 20 hours activate the bug. Where can you send a clip of a death in PoE2 that you can't explain? I mean, you have PoE2 channels on the Discord, just post it there if you want.
That must be hid for a reason. I should see if there are more like it.
Line by line, Rodan. Benefit of doing strongholds after leveling is you unlock waypoints and potentially dungeons. That's about it. Okay, we have done this. I was gonna get the last 1.5 bars there. It's not worth to play the shitty bug game. Last Epoch Season 3 cannot come soon enough. I mean, I am excited for Last Epoch Season 3, but they definitely have their fair share of bugs as well. I mean, I potentially lost the world first to a bug as well, so there's that. Good. One's coming. Okay, let's just go. Not gonna do Blood Maiden now. Do you even get blood? No, right? You have to go to Torment 1 at least. I wonder how much blood you get in Torment 1 from the Maiden if you do 3 hearts. Probably not a great amount. One time. Do I have like some Rokia and stuff lying around actually?
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Or Heartseeker gear in general. This is, yeah, this is Druid stuff. Innovation. Chest, ring, bow, weapon. Okay. Ding, 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 ding.
See some steel you need. My hammer sings.
Okay, so we need Pangorger. I don't have the pants that I want actually. Boots. You're supposed to run Penitent actually, right? It's at 24%, but no GA move speed. But might not be necessary anyway. So Penitent. And a shard. Which are both from the Barb. Starter Skies cannot be directly target farmed outside of crafting at a jeweler. So you just farm more bosses for more mythics. I still have this crappy Shard of Verathia, man. I guess it's not that crappy, but it could be a lot better. Wait, do I go Starter Skies for this actually? Wait, do I still have my status, guys? Or did I lose it on the Spiritborn? This guy has a status. No, that's no status. I lost it on the rope, right? No. Wait, I open Heartseeker and then this opens. Okay. Okay, I said we're gonna do some kind of like mix here, right? Between this and this. Also, why is he running Topazes? Res. Shadow Clown. Ah, man. You do what I gotta do, I guess. I'm not sure if it's really worth it. We're missing literally 20% attack speed for no reason. Compared to my previous status. Do I just keep an all ring? Okay, our beautiful Paragon Tower. I remember that one. Let's go. Look at that thing. I have no glyphs. There was a request on the Maxroll feedback channels about adding a node, how many times you have to rotate a Paragon board to attach it for the guide. And I found that request very puzzling. Okay, so far we have a whole 0 glyphs of what we care about. Dance. Macabre. That was actually a fast Paragon setup. I think we go straight to the Tom 4, right? That's like not really a reason not to. It's gonna unlock it. Close. Ugh. Okay, we have to climb down the tower. Take that note. Climb up the tower. Put that note. Okay, and then we want to get this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do that actually. Ding, ding, ding. We have a lot of additive in this build. I think I might not need the armor necessarily or something. Kinda like to take the DR. Okay. Well, we need cliffs. Okay, what about the skill tree? Should be mostly set up. What the?
Well, there's something special. Oh, too bad, friend. Not a bad pull, that.
Can I get like,
Not a bad pull, that.
I don't know, armor, res, something? 3 stats at least? Yeah. Okay, anything else I have to change here? I don't think we need that point really. My crit is 53, maybe do need it. Don't need that. Got this. Don't need that. Although maybe we do need it for the start. I got this. Okay. 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 Three points. We can do innovation. You can also do this actually. Alright, I think we should be good. 2 to innovation. Let's see if we actually get away with our resources. If we do reactive ooze, we should be fine. Reactive ooze time. You don't need that thing. And yes, idle. We have the summon gem actually. Do I really want that? Oh.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Bring it 2 days.
Use it well.
Masterful work. The wonders of sanctuary.
I'm not sure we need armor or what now.
I may help you.
Let's put this. I suppose we go for advantage pot. You have only 1,000 armor. Sus.
Live well.
What advice do we need, Akron? I'm not sure what you're looking for. Do we want to go for the attack speed? What's my attack speed? 61. So with potion it's gonna be 76, and then we can get 24. Do we have attack speed here? Not yet. And we have a shitty starters. So it shouldn't need the attack speed, but we also have attack speed here, which you should not have. So I think it might take the attack speed one for now. Wait, we also get close quarters, right? Close quarters is 76, potion 91. Roll attack speed there, rolled off here. Okay, we're fine actually. So we take Scornful. Okay, we have 100 rest overcapped. Okay, my rest is fine. We have plenty of rest actually. Because I have the rest here. And here. We have too much rest. Not the worst fate, but my armor is kind of low. So I think I have to roll armor. Maybe use armor instance. Or roll armor here, which is going to be easy. Do I keep the life? I keep the life. So we do this.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
And 1400 armor. We definitely have to use armor instance if we don't do this. It's good enough to get started for now. It's not a great amulet anyway. We're not gonna stick to this. So it's fine. And maybe I could even remove the innovation and put like a % armor roll. Or temper. Do we want the chance to restore? I think we want, right? Easy. Let's just do this. We have 1800. Ding, 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 ding. Cool. I don't want core on this. Great. We do have all that I get now. Alright, Heartseeker here. Second wind. We have a lot of basic ranks. Oh my god. That's too much second wind. I think I want to hit 1 on the Heartseeker, right? So 1 at 5 to hit the Heartseeker. I don't think I'm gonna risk that. Okay, 100%. That thing is huge. I'm not sure if I want this. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna roll off the rest on this ring now, because you want it once you replace this with a shroud. We're at 107 rest now. So if I use this and this, life. Okay, life, that's kind of chill. 2 okay, armor. So we need like a big armor roll here. I think I want GA armor, if I remember correctly. And then we don't need the armor roll here. But yeah, now we are 115 overcapped. So if I remove the chest, that will be 1 overcapped. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, I need a shroud again. Ugh. Dude, every time I don't want it, I get like this lucky hit one instantly. We have the doggies and we have this, so we don't need that anyway. Minimum roll, of course. We have min dex roll and min crit roll on this thing. That's funny.
May your road be filled with wonders.
There is power in these stones. What color and brilliance.
Merle. Ding. Alright. Do we do Nagu? Say? Dogs, spawn more dogs. Here's Circe. Ahu Quacks. I think we do Nagu and Sage. Might be fine. Can like slow to start. Maintain one summon for 5 seconds. And then we have 2. And then we have 4. And then, okay, so after 10 seconds we have all of the dogs basically. And then we're gonna sustain 6, actually more than that, 6, 7, 8 dogs, depends on like the overlap. And the other is Ahu Quacks, I suppose. Yep. Okay, we have new glyphs. Throw this in there. Throw this in there. Salvage these. Ding, ding, ding. Scroll. Halt. So my crit chance is 60, 70 with dash, 80 with route, 100 with trigger attacks. So this means we don't need that. Let's put it down. A bit more consistency. We have close quarters. We have 80 attack speed bonus. So we must work this thing up a little bit. We're gonna hit the cap. Nice. Yeah, so that checks out. Nice. That is way too much armor. But okay. We also don't need this. Okay. Chill, slow, potency. Okay. How much cap 2 attack speed do we have? 20. 45. 50. Nah. Eh. Do I only poison from this? I don't really like that. But that's not really a better way to do it, I guess. Also, I realized when I masterwork my weapon, I want to hit the Shadow Clone deals double damage, I guess, more often. But that's something for future me to worry about. How about we imprint some stuff? That just like we can do rapid actually. I think rapid will feel good. Yes. Vehement Brawler. I think rapid will feel good. Let's feel good for now. All res, attack speed, life. Okay, let's try it. How do you get the special gems in jewelry? You play this season. Wind, reactive. Let's remove the suppressors, I guess. I think Waller is probably worse than suppressor, but okay. And Chilling Wind. Okay, tier 55. Can we do it? Just watched the Lungy Strike video, now I want to roll a Barb. Can recommend. Okay, turns out we are in Tom 4. So it's not like instant kill. Like Bugs is triggering like all the time. Very nice. Lucky it is good enough. The rogue is alive, yeah, I don't know how. Came back from the dead. Dude, I think maybe Blizzard just killed off my characters because of the names. D4 mid is dead. Wudijo is dead. See somewhere how many wolves I have. Wait, why is there only one wolf? Where are my wolves? I thought I would have like an entire army by now. But that's apparently not how it works. Okay, plan B, we're gonna go Neo C. We get 2 wolves every 2 seconds. So we're gonna have 8 wolves out all the time. For some reason I'm not getting any fucking wolves. I don't know why. Maybe every time I press Shadow Clone it resets the timer for Nagu? But that seems weird. Bloop. How can I keep a straight face? I don't know. I'm German. Okay, Neo it is. I mean, I'll just keep farming 55 for now. Season 9 hotfixes are live. Yeah, there's not much to see there. I think they still didn't fix the infinite opposite farm. They did fix the infinite Sorc damage though, so there's that. Okay, that seems a lot better with a lot more wolfies. Dude, is it just me or the wolves are fucking large? Like, are they always this large? What the fuck? Oh, they're smaller. They're large. Dude, can I get a jar rune in here? I want a jar rune. Do I really need... I kinda need quacks. I kinda need the wolves. Guess there's no jar rune for us. Ah, wait, they're large because of the gem. Okay, I forgot. Wait, where's my shadow clone? Is it a shadow clone large now as well? Where's the clone? Oh my god, the clone is fucking large. What the hell? Giga clone, man. Look at them. Tier 10 earned. Dude, I literally just finished leveling. I'm at tier 10 of the season rep. Out of 18. Direwolf upgrade. Yeah, I wonder what the companions look like on the Druid with the aspect of the alpha. Must be funny. I think I should go up a little bit. This is kinda chill. Control glyph. Then it goes on the first board. Okay, check a chance for the Discord. Okay, the Discord message. Where was that? You mean in the PoE channel, James? Where did you post it? I want to go higher tiers. 85 is not enough. But this is like really nice and smooth so far already. Just a glyph will give me... How much damage actually are glyphs? Going from 0 glyphs to 5 glyphs. Each glyph is usually a roughly 30% multi. Maybe slightly less on the rogue because of Dark Shroud tempers. Let's say 25 multi on average per glyph. To the power of 5. Or triple damage. Now I'm not sure how many pit tiers that is. But we're probably talking about like at least 7 or 8 or more. Going from no glyphs to level 100 glyphs. It's free real estate, as they say. We're definitely gonna get to the point where we blast through 70, 75 like this, I think. And I think it's been the most fun this season. How does better for boss and pit? Yeah, channeling is a fun build. I've played it a bunch as well with Azure Wrath. Good luck, LT. 23rd of September. What is that about, Sarah? Start of season 10. Ah. Yeah, I think this season ends in like 76 or 75 days. So that kind of checks out. Rock actually 83, 83, 85. That's kind of funny. Wait a minute, we can actually remove those extra cold verse points, right? Fuck, where the hell are they even? Unexplored weakness board. Here, this. I was gonna grab this one. And then not those, I guess. What now? The most fun ranged rogue build. Oh, I should try this one maybe. Devious, I need that. There's a little bug, you have to not encircle the ads. James again, where did he message me exactly? About a thing. Been a while, let's see. I think D4 is pretty fun right now. even with like, you know, stuff still being a bit scuffed and missing and so on. But overall, I'm having a blast. It looks very satisfying how the boss melts, I gotta say. Yo, United. Thank you, man, for the house. Is Vein of Arrows playable? Yeah, that's pretty good actually. It has cleared 100, I think, on in a push. Send me a private DM, James. I don't see any message requests or anything in my DMs though. Are you sure you sent it to me? You got a Shaco in the Nightmare Dungeon with 3 GA, what the fuck? That is insane, actually. Thank you, Musty Peanut. Yes, James. My server has like 90k members-ish or so on Discord. The public server, anyone can join. We also have like LE and PoE and stuff. Dude, Heartseeker actually has really good coverage with this Pain Gorgeous. Pain Gorgeous has really good like synergy with this Heartseeker, so it's nice. I'm often. It's crazy how fast the season rep is. I'm at 13 now. Like a few runs ago we were at 10. I get like one season rep track per run or something. Are just doing max actually? No. We kind of want the close damage, right? Ding ding. Let's see. Can I make this happen? $80. Very close. I need like a tiny bit more stats, and then it would have... Oh, this is DR against close actually. We'll fix it later. I am playing LE next month. But doing the starter will be at Gamescom, so can't really race forward first or so. You just Vipers on evidence for a while and stock up on Octocide. Yeah, of course. I mean, with all the different builds I play, I usually need like, you know, 100, 200k Octocide per build or something. So, I have to do a lot of dimensions. Vessel of Hatred is not necessary, but if you wanna play the game more than almost nothing, you should probably get Vessel of Hatred. Because there's a bunch of stuff you're missing out on. I don't know exactly what is happening on the first death. It's something about Endurant Faith that killed me. And I guess I can't be bothered to figure it out because I will just like never equip that item again. And the second one is Idol of Doom in the strong room.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Boss in 7 minutes. Yeah, I just skipped the victimized stage and went stage for close quarters. Like there's no issue keeping it up with just like shadow stepping and stuff. So I just go close quarters. And I don't have to like proc the victimize as well. I mean, it's not an issue proccing the victimize. Like the first shot will most likely apply to most of the pack. But even so, it's like a small multiplier at close quarters, so you don't get the attack speed. I like having the attack speed. I don't feel like I need to suppress or disable, because you have smoke grenade anyway, just throw that. And auto freezing. I have graphics settings, everything maxed out pretty much. FPS kept to 60 and I turned off the DLSS. Ours is not allowed. It's not actually on the rogue, it's true. And Iris rogue is pretty bad. I mean, you can equip it early on if you have no other helm. But even a cowl beats it. And an Endariel's build, specifically, there's not a thing, really, besides on Spiritborn. I have a Spiritborn Endariel build, if you're interested. But that's also, like, you know, not really a crazy build, it's just, like, fine. I want to see the damage numbers actually. How much are we doing here? That's 700 M. Is it possible for melee rogue with one of the two basic attacks? We have an invigorating strike rogue on Maxroll if you're interested in a basic melee rogue. And then there's TB, and there's Flurry. They're both pretty good. Very pork, Crucible. Yeah, I figured what else can I be farming this season? I have everything, so we went for that. Was in 1 minute. I should come there, I guess. Can anyone invite me after this one, maybe, for the world boss? Now my season is complete. It is. Actually, I still have not killed Lilith. I need to kill Lilith. I also need to craft a item. Maybe gonna get a shroud back. That'd be nice. What is the chance, actually? How many uniques are there? 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7. There's 7 mythics on a rogue, right? 1 and 7 for the shroud. It's not terrible, actually. And there's also the Shaco. I still need that for the Sorc later. Evade. So it's a 2 and 7 to get something useful. Or I could get a Stardust that has crit or attack speed. That would also be nice. Preferably attack speed, it's like a bit more universal. For example, for my Balazan builds I want attack speed as well on the GA. Oh, shit, that's actually 8, I think, if I got to count the materials. What the? Oh my god. Teleport right in the middle here with the sweeps. There's no Grace Timer, right? He's going to just hit you instantly. No Dark Shrouds. The stagger. Let's go. I wonder if the Narihir bubble Does it count for party members as well? This guy's already here, bubble out.
Don't go any further. Halt.
Okay. I mean, the world boss are 15, so one shot the world boss. I mean, yeah, I can just go normal and like insta one shot it. And get the 5 whispers, I guess. But I'm not sure if we can get the tributes there on normal. Thanks for letting me join. Gamba a bit.
It is done. Use it well.
Hello, battery. Hello, Jamal. There's something special.
Yeah, this thing has GA armor. The one item that's not a pair of pants in my inventory. And I need a pair of pants with armor.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
It's funny how fast the inventory fills up when you spam click with the double gamble thing. Oh, it only costs 25. Actually very cheap to gamble.
What's left, you ask?
Hello, shining beauty.
Not sure if I'll need that, but it's maybe not bad. Did you get 24 blood from the boss? It's all blood. Got a horde. Horde means Shard of Raphael. But first...
I'll keep my forge hot.
Oh!
Done soon.
Alright. We are so back, guys. We are so back. Okay.
Stars guide you. You lose a little mass to dust.
Still 8 res overcap, what the hell? Can I get like any bit more res somewhere? I want to remove this side. Like, does this thing only work when you're out of town? Yeah. Okay, so we're actually 4.9 res over. So I think it's hard to get rid of this. Although we have res here as well, so we can get rid of the res. If this is like slightly better, or this. It's only like a 1GA dex ring. Something super impressive. Okay. But it seems to be armor. It seems to be GA armor and then res and then... Okay. Do this. I can get one more max quarters if I spend those 2 points, but I'm not sure if I want to right now. Easy shot of our drop now, watch out. Is there any other Cold Fiend boss besides Beast? I suppose like Drowned Sea Hag in a pit maybe or so might be cold damage. And then, I mean, yeah, that's not really, like, cold damage is, there's also Spirit Call of Frost actually, which is like the boss in the pit, I guess. And he can actually hurt with his like totems. He summons these and they shoot like some ice shards. But yeah, I think for this one, I mean 1% extra maximum cold rest and 84 would mean I take 1/16 less damage. So 1/16 is like what? 6.5% less damage on cold for 2 points. It's not bad, honestly. 2 Paragon points, 6.5% less damage taken on cold. It's kind of legit, but I think not just yet. Maybe with a few more levels. Eventually it's worth taking, because you have like so much additive, like, you know, like a random 10 additive is not really impressive. That's gonna be like not even noticeable. But if you assume like damage to be split evenly between Fizz and 5 elements, then this means there's 6 different damage types. And taking like 6% less on one of them means like a 1% damage reduction for 2 Paragon points, which is a pretty good trade. Almost a damage reduction for 2 Paragon points is a very good trade. Because at least on a rogue, you don't really get anything close to that as like a similar value for DPS. Like each point I put into like a random 10% additive damage is like 0.3, 0.2% DPS maybe. If even. Oh. I need to stagger more. This guy is 2 stagger resistant. I almost killed him without that. Need more dogs. Yeah. Hi, Gris. It's funny to hear Rob say they finally fixed the Sorc infinite damage bug because it wasn't healthy for the game, and at the same time he posted a video about the build and gameplay. Well, that is the duality of Rob, I guess. I don't know. But hey guys, do not pick up the Blood Relic, okay? Just saying. Yeah, we were very how do you say that actually? Very efficient yesterday, Symphony. Yesterday's stream was good. You can pick it up once and finish that one quest, and the Blood Relic won't drop again. Oh, thank you. But I thought you're not supposed to pick up the Blood Relic. I'm doing close quarters. Yeah, there's an exploit right now where when you don't finish the quest, you can repeat the quest infinitely and find out the site. This is why I was joking about not picking out the blood relic. Because that's what people will explain you to do. No, that's not what I died to, this was the Idol of Doom, which is something else. Blood relic is the quest item. Okay, you're bored of evade. Yeah, not surprising. I think evade is fun for a while, but then at some point it becomes kind of like, okay, press some buttons. Like, maybe it's a Seeker. I haven't played the version of the Seeker yet. It might be a bit more interesting. I want to do that at some point soon and maybe grind some gaunts of it. Evading around. We have to level our glyphs anyway, so I think the next tutorial we're gonna do is gonna do like evade straight up. Play the Wushnak Pass Seeker build. But I need a Shaco. Just farm hordes, they said. You're gonna get shards, they said. I got all the Shard of Eraphiels in my inventory, holy. Okay. Go, Stormclaw. I do have my Shroud back now. So at some point, I guess. How's the season for Barb? Dungeon Strike, very good. In general, basic attacks kind of big on Barb right now. Rupture is a thing. I mean, Earthquakes is still there, but nerfed. Whirlwind apparently is okay. You have so many of these Radiance tributes. I have to run on Rhoda at some point. What the? Azure of Heartseeker. I mean, technically you can do that, but practically that's just a shitty version of a Barrage Heartseeker, and that's already a shitty version of a Pinshot Heartseeker. Pinshot Azeroth. And Barrage Azeroth. Barbs are basic. Those are final thoughts on Razorwing. Actually working pretty well. If you min-max this, you're even not gonna have issues with lair bosses. but you have to make like a legendary weapon, because stacking up the Sunstain for their bosses is horrible. So I made like a planner where I use a normal weapon, where you don't have to stack anything, you just blast. And it's a bit weaker, but works still enough for their bosses. And overall kind of fun to play Razorwing. I would have played it a lot more. I would have played like the entire day today, I guess, just Razorwings, if I hadn't died now. But it is what it is, I guess. You have to get like the cooldowns figured out though. That's important. This battle play, pen shot or Heartseeker? I mean, if Heartseeker, it feels like I have a bit more control and a bit more consistency. But I really enjoyed the pen shot. It was just like a really fun new thing with Eagle Horn and so on. He dropped a cliff. Actually, I need that one. Do I?
See some steel you need?
It is done.
Das ist mein Paingorger. Das Bild runs Paingorger now. You can't surpass tier 3 if you're penetrating shot build. Sounds like you might be missing some stuff, because pen shot annihilates T4 at some point. This is Heartseeker, which is also a nice ranged rogue build right now. Looks a bit different, doesn't have the Azurath. But it's fun and pretty decent. We have armor cap, res cap, 10k health, and get randomly one tap on Spiritborn. It doesn't sound terrible, but you also want to make sure that you keep up your resilient buff, so you have to press alt height every 10 seconds. Try to get your barriers up with Auspicious and maybe a Bulwark rune. And the Bottled Wind, Season Power. Depending on which build you play, you want to keep Armor tied up permanently to also have the 100% block chance. Keep up Resolve. You can use a Health Potion if you don't already do that. Health Instance. Hi, Nico. No chance, Timbo. You should try this build, and you should try the Lunging Strike Barb. Hopefully, with that item. That's a good item. Good season of the basic builds, and here we are, Spiritborn. No basic attack builds at all. Great. There's Thrash, but I mean Thrash is just about as I'm built now. And even the original Thrash is just kind of like, oof. Thunder Spike is not a thing. Radiant Fists is a thing up to level 15. And Rock Splitter, I mean, didn't even benefit from any kind of buff. In fact, it was kind of nerfed. Because they nerfed Moonrise. We have this aspect called Combined Strikes for Spiritborn, which is very fun. Every different basic attack you use gives you a 15% damage buff for 10 seconds. So if you use 4, you get a 60% multi, which is not really impressive for Spiritborn standards. I think I need to buff that thing. But it would be interesting to see this with like a value of maybe 25% or so. So maybe occasionally you would actually throw in like another basic attack and do like a dual basic attack to buff you and then kapow. Yeah. Uh-huh. That was not Merlin. Merlin is not here. There's some random dog outside. And I'm really not in the mood to close my window right now. That was the Idol of Doom, Speedy. From the strong room. Stock build is Hydra right now. I made a Hydra guide, but also some pre-season start. It has evolved a little bit. So I guess you should check the Maxroll guide for now until I actually play it. Jo, step up. No problem. There's fluidity. Thank you, Taron. Appreciate this up. Yeah, I think the reason why people think Hydra is boring, including myself, is it's just kind of like low APM, you know, you like put a Hydra, wait for them to kill stuff, and so on. Later, I guess it speeds up with like the ball lightning spam, so you just like hold down ball lightning, and then spam the Hydras in between, so you get like the attacks reduce the cooldown and on the boots, and get the teleports. And then it feels like a normal Sorc again, I guess. It's, you know, just a typical Sorc to spam teleport style. But until you get there, which is gonna take a while, it is kind of like a slow paced build, I feel. Also, we might not just want to do that, you know, with the giga spam ball lighting stuff. I used the wolves to proc Pain Gauger. I should probably go higher at this point. Someone is selling the 1GA Exile with the resource mod for 100 million. I'm thinking I'm gonna take that. It's actually the first item I buy for a class I haven't even created yet. But I think I have to take a little bit of a shortcut here with some builds now. With my 2 rips.
What's still got some good in it?
Greetings.
Also has max RCR. Some people later. It's gonna save me some headache with Greek grind. I'm not really in the mood to farm that much more health tides, I think.
My hammer sings on your return.
Actually, do have some stuff for sale here. Hydra pants. Yeah, this pants is for Hydra. I guess for Chain Lightning Sorc, you probably go for the Chain Lightning casts twice GA. I'm not sure if we would go for the Resource GA as well on the Azure Wrath build. I'm not sure which one actually outweighs. Maybe the Resource is actually more important even on the Chain Lightning build. Why hasn't Blizzard hired me yet for the D4 team? I mean, I give plenty of feedback and talk to them about stuff. And, well, here and there I can see some patch notes that are a direct result of that. So, for Balazar, what's the benefit of putting the Heraldic spell in the Hunter instead of Core? Depends on the gems you're running. So there's one where you get like extra cooldown reduction, and there's one where you get extra attack speed. If you don't have either of those, I guess it doesn't matter very much. I do not speak Spanish. I mean, I understand a little bit. I have I've studied some Spanish, but not much. And I know French. So that helps a bit. What about American? ¿Cómo estás? Muy bien, of course. Maybe I'll change my mind about Hydra when I play it more. Especially once I have like a real endgame setup. So I'm planning to make a Hydra Sorc. That's why I bought the pens on this guy. I guess Tarasha is something I need to look out for. A good Tarasha ring. Guy has another exit corner like this. But less DR. It's the same guy advertising this. For the same price. But it's missing 3% DR. Uh-oh. I think we're gonna spawn a Hellborn here. Oh, what can he do? I'm gonna try to make a Horadic spell build because I hate fun. That sounds very reasonable, actually. Legendaries you can farm from Pit, Gamba. Oh, Vehement Brawl at 30%. Goes in like so many builds, and I actually didn't have it until now.
Greetings. How shall I I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. It is done.
Fresh Pit Whisper.
Greetings. Hello.
Okay, got my 100 mil back. Born oben. Let's go 65. If I make a Sorc on softcore and can hook me up with 9% of the gear. I have no plans for softcore right now. If anything on softcore, I'll do some kind of like, you know, fresh start run and some limit testing. Because I haven't actually done that in a while. There is a guide for this rogue build somewhere. For example, on Maxroll. We're starting Diablo PoE. PoE I will do later. I was talking about D4. It's definitely time for me to do like some proper like kind of like toughness calculations and like kind of see how much defense we need for a character, because I feel like I'm sometimes a bit overly defensive. I want to try to min-max that for the future a bit more. So I want to do like a softcore run at some point to figure some things out. And I think we need some proper EHP calculations for default planner as well, that would be nice. To get a riff on that. Also new accounts, I have to grind the other stuff too. Or do you? You heard of the welcome back booster? What if someone was never here? Did we still welcome them back? Like a fresh account? Still a 2.5 minute run. Also, which is really nice on us. I don't have a hider build on hardcore now. I haven't created a Sorc yet. But I do have an Exile conduit with high roll damage reduction and a GA on the resource. Shred back. Shred is pretty decent right now. But I think Agile Wolf is bugged again. And as long as that happens, I'll definitely have no intention to play that build. There's sometimes Agile Wolf. Agiland. Big 2GA dagger. Condemnation. What's the main difference between my Planar Paragon and Maxroll Guide? I don't know. Pretty sure they should be very similar. I may or may not have looked at the Pension Guide. I don't remember looking at it. We've come so far for the Rouge, now we're just a thief. I think this is a French guy who says thief. Voleur. Is that how it's called in French, actually? I think so. At least in wow, it was that. Or maybe it's another language where it's a similar word. Burglar. Oh no. Oh no, burglar. Yeah, I played WoW on French client for a few years. It was funny. Shot burglar. Rogue leveling is usually dense and nice, but there's plenty of decent stuff. Or you just go 2 Aerostorms aspects from dungeon and start blasting. That kind of carries you hard. But the other build I played yesterday was Penshot Subtra. Penshot Thief. What grade I give this build? I think I have it in B. I think it's pretty much where it belongs. Nearly in D4 I haven't found a shockwave. Oh boy. Time to gumbo some totems or gloves or something. Probably gloves because totems is a bit of a waste. Poison trap, huh? Oh, perfect surprise aspect. Hello.
What is this?
Ask him. I don't know. Okay, I'll get it.
Which will be arrived
Nice. Good to know. Ted is very happy to see you.
Who?
Ted.
Hi, Chad.
What? Uh-oh. Andre? Hi, Nini. It's N-I-N-I. The reason I think it's French is because people misspell rogue for rouge. No. So it's French, of course. No, it's just because of the French word for the class. It's voleur, which is closer to thief. Someone said thief. So that immediately makes me believe he's French. Oh. Telephone, I mean, doorbell, BRB. Very important delivery. Pay me back. Page not found? What is that? The update command. What command? Season 5 PTR downtime. June 26. Okay. Happy? Wait, did we get a raid or something? What's up from earlier? That was from earlier. Okay. What's today's kebab? It's not kebab, it's called kalamakia, which are basically meat skewers. This is pork skewers. Yeah, it's from eFood. eFood is a platform, at least here in the EU, where you have like, you know, all kinds of restaurants and they have drivers to deliver. And these kalamakia, they're like the most common thing in Greece basically. They're at every corner. Kalamakia and souvlakia. And very nice. Now, I have to figure out how to play this build with only 2 fingers. Yeah, we were in Bulgaria for a while, but we're in Greece right now again. Yeah, luckily I just need to hold down right click and scroll. So I can do that with 2 fingers on my mouse. And it's a bit complicated to do the smoke grenade, but I guess we can live without that for a while. Hi Ava again. How's it going? Dude, Ava, can you tell me by any chance? I think it does work that way, but Victimize, does that apply the damage buff on the hit that applies the pop? So first hit can get the buff? Yeah, it should be kind of important, I think. Because I was thinking, okay, well, how big is the difference between Victimize and Close Quarters? But if that does work on the first hit, and you want to do like a farming build, then I think Victimize is not that great. Yeah, Heartseeker can definitely go above 90. I'll be speed farming 75, so easy peasy I think at some point. With a bit more gear and lift levels and stuff. I'm not sure what Darkseid has done with Heartseeker or something, but he's been like blasting. He's done 95. Oh. And he probably didn't like try hard fish, I guess. Usually he doesn't do that. Yeah, the good thing about Heartseeker is the boss damage is pretty high. How strong is Razor? Which build will be kept out? I'm not sure, but it might also go into the 90s, honestly. Like, I was easy peasy blasting through 75 of that as well. Almost got legendary glyphs. Fast way to get legendary runes is farm their bosses. Although I want to do a Tribute of Harmony test. It's gonna run like, I don't know, 50 harmonies or something. And see what we get. Or maybe 100 harmonies. That's a lot of fucking harmonies, but... I might want a bit of a faster build than Heartseeker for that before I do it. Definitely want to do that test though to kind of see how good they are. Because they buffed them supposedly. And other city in general. Yeah, well, enjoy, Merc. Hello, Azwin. But realistically, if you want to craft specific mythics with runes, doing that with self-found runes is gonna be a struggle. You have to kill like hundreds of lair bosses to get there. So it takes a while. So realistically you have to buy runes from people or trade them. A lot of people try to like, trade runes for other runes and stuff like that here, for example. Created money from nothing. Good job, Dini. Thank you. Victimize does not affect the hit that caused the victimize. Yeah, okay, so the first hit cannot trigger it. Yeah, okay, F. Yeah, I feel like in that case that is kind of like anti-stonks for victimize. Because I feel like victimize would be mainly used for like the, you know, comfy farming scenario. But if we're talking about a comfy farming scenario, we're talking about basically one-shotting everything. And if victimize doesn't even work then it's kind of oof. I mean, I guess you can still do it and stuff, and then, okay, it will work for anything that lives longer than one hit. And maybe just don't need it for, like, trash mobs or something. Bosses more gold than Horde. Yeah, so what you do for gold farming is you kill their bosses and vendor normal uniques. And only salvage ancestral. That's a lot more gold than hordes. It's a lot more gold than anything in this game, so... If you have no keys for bosses, I recommend go get keys. I mean, Helltides is a good way to get bosses. You know, you get the Grimoire and you get Ziamats there. And those lead to Uriel and Andariel. And all of that leads to Belial. So Helltide is a good way to just farm boss mats. You also regularly get fighting tributes, for example from just running the pit. Or a Radiance, holy. Okay. Or I'll get a 40A unique and sell it for 80 billion. That's an option on softcore. If you are ready to exploit the dupe economy. I wonder if I should make different boots for their bosses with this. And these boots don't really help me at all on their bosses if I don't stagger them. And realistically, we don't want to stagger their bosses, right? We just kill them. So Penitent doesn't help me. So I can put Tactic. Doesn't matter though. And a big dex roll and life roll. I mean, dex and life is actually not bad. This doesn't offer anything. I should probably do that. I can get like 6-7% DPS, 10% life or something from another pair of boots for bosses. What's the Isle of Doom bug? Nah, we don't know exactly, but somehow it just insta-kills you sometimes. Can even happen instantly when you pick it up without even the proc. So yeah, Isle of Doom is not doable on hardcore right now, guys. Don't use it. Special gems come from the strong rooms. Doesn't matter if it's escalation.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
Shame well. Oh, that's hello. Not a bad pull, that. All finished, are you?
Close.
What's left, you ask?
Vassal, hello, shiny. Two. Well, hello, Vassal's ghost. I had that in my bag.
All finished, are you? What's still got some good in it?
Any chance on Darius with Arch build?
Not a bad
Yeah, if you really want to play a Darius build, I have a Quill on Darius build on Maxroll in the Quill guide. There's a variant. It's alright. Kinda low on boss damage, but otherwise it's fine.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Well, shame that. Hello, Vassal's ghost. I had that in my bag.
See some steel you need?
66. Click. Here's some mythics, but I use only 3, Starless, Helm, and Chest. Yeah, there's like some very good mythics and some kind of bad mythics, especially the weapons are not really used almost anywhere. I mean, Grandfather is decent for Barbs. Doombringer is a good item, but we don't really use it. But it's a good item. Kind of same materials. Tears is a good item, but we don't really use it. Because nothing is really threatening enough to really, you know, make us want to use a defensive option over an offensive option. You know, like, content was actually harder, then Doombringer and Tears suddenly become really good items. Yeah, I guess probably in the expansion or so they might do like a rework again for mythics. Do something with Shattered WoW and Nesicam and so on. They've already done that a little bit in 1 or 2 seasons where they buff some of the items. I mean, there's also a decent chance that at some point they're going to do like a big shrine update and maybe Ahavarian is just gonna pop off. Or they're gonna rework it to be even better. Because, you know, right now all the shrines in the game are kind of like worthless. And, you know, at some point content will come back in a revamped form. And this might be like a general, like, you know, the shrine season, you know, like how they do the Nightmare Dungeon season or something. Like now, maybe we're gonna do like a big update and we get like 20 new shrines and they're all OP. And Arvarion is gonna be like the item. Who knows? $68. What's the best Opticide farm? Well, outside of like Monka TOS, refinement tributes, and the next best option is sigils with strong rooms. And you just do a strong room and dip. Shrine duration is certainly gonna make a comeback. Let's go in the shrine season. Just wait, guys. At some point, you're gonna get Diablo 4 Classic. Shrine duration. Let's go. Melted Heart will always be bad, though. Not necessarily. Melted Heart, similar to like Doombringer and Teriels, is a ridiculous, probably actually the best defensive item in the entire game. Better than Teriels and better than Doombringer. So if there's ever a need for that amount of defense, then Melted Heart is gonna provide it. But right now we just don't have any kind of content where that is a, a thing. Maybe like, farming Torment 4 Harbinger or something. You might throw in a Melted Heart. If your build is powerful enough to just kill the boss fast anyway. And, I mean, you will just never die with Melted Heart. Build offerings being an item inventory is criminal. Yeah, I think they deleted the quest inventory, right, with the expansion. And items are just like in your inventory now. Funny enough, that's one of my fastest runs. I mean, just went up like 3 tiers or 5 tiers. Okay. So indeed. What do I think about Darkside's Heartseeker build? Log in. It's actually funny how much I use evade when I play a build that doesn't have a jar rune. I noticed that a lot on the Spiritborn as well, with Razor Wings. Evade is actually relatively decent mobility. Turns out. If you just constantly reset it. Maybe we should make a build around it. An evade build. Maybe on a Spiritborn or something. Sounds like a good idea. I do not want to buy a 4GA gloss. Thank you though. Do you need Jarnus builds? It has okay mobility with dash and shadow step, so that's fine. Plus you can stutter step forward and stuff. But I can't really fit a jar here. We need the wolves for the pain gorger. And we kinda need quacks, both for damage and it also procs our preparation much better. If you just constantly get quacks procs basically. Like we proc it like on cooldown, even on single target pretty much, I think. Or be close to it. I actually need to check on the boss. Besides the first 20% of the fight, of course. But yeah, we have very good quacks uptime. Yeah, we just have perma quacks even on the boss. So, good. Right then. How many titans do I get actually? Yep. I just put like 2 or 3 in a stash and we have another 2 again. You get them pretty often in the pit. Heartseeker on Maxroll. Crazy. A. Ayo. Oh, didn't check the ring.
Have a wee gamble. Not a bad pull, that. Hello, shining beauty. Faster game that. Go one more.
Invigorating strike, man.
See some steel you need.
Oh. Yeah, one-shotting bosses with T4 with evade, that's pretty sick. I've seen like 20 billion crits from hand sanitizer, one evade. Yeah, so like one evade can basically just kill Belial or something. Get nothing back when you reset Masterwork. The only thing you get is pain and suffering. With the food. So be 1 minute.
steel you need?
Right. That cherry armor looks great, Gasm. Well, it's also as expensive as it looks. Actually, I think it's the only skin I bought from the shop so far. But I had a platinum from like the deluxe edition or something. Yeah, the Berserk skin, I got that from Blizzard. They gave it to me. And then we did like a giveaway with like, I think a few more of them. Yeah, I like the Berserk Barb skin. That's a cool one. It's kind of a new rose skin that's similar to the one from Spiritborn. Okay, I haven't really checked the shop much lately. What output would I suggest to start? Yeah, TP, Penshot, Heartseeker, can't really go wrong. TP and Penshot are probably a bit better than Heartseeker, but Heartseeker is doing fine. Roa is pretty fun, but it's like an enjoyer build, I would say, you know. It's also, you know, you need to play it properly and pay attention and stuff. It has like a rotation. Now the Sorcs come out of hiding here. It's a blood maiden to leech. And a bear. It's actually crazy. I don't think I've seen like anyone who's not playing like a Giga meta build so far at all. How's that on softcore? I feel like I only see the top builds basically every time I see someone. Shit, we don't have keys. I need to buy some, but I'm not gonna go back now. I would not play meta builds and everyone in a Grandma's duel each season for streamers to make builds. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, people also like to play just like their favorite build, I feel. And, you know, something new, something fresh. You know, something that was like buffed in this patch. even though it's not the best or something like that, you know. Like Heartseeker, for example, right? I think now that I'm playing Heartseeker, a lot of people will probably start playing Heartseeker, even though it's like some random B tier build or so. Just it's just in last Epoch, right? It was literally B tier as well, I think, or maybe A, I don't know. And I played it, and then suddenly everyone wanted to make a Heartseeker rogue, and like literally same story in last Epoch. So that happens, I guess. But yeah, by default, I guess a lot of people are just like playing like the S builds. At least those that actually invest time and blast and stuff, right? And then like, you know, running through Tom and 4 one-shotting stuff. TB unique when? What is a TB unique gonna do though? First of all, TB without Blade Dancer when? Makes blades seek enemies. That would certainly look funny.
That's the spirit. All finished, are you?
High velocity.
It is done.
Okay, my glyphs are at 52. For some reason I don't have enough decks on this one. What happened there? Okay. Oof. Okay, I kind of want the next dex roll somewhere. So this actually. I'm gonna get 60R and 60R, 90R even, and some damage. So I should probably just roll this to dex. Is that enough? Yeah. 72. Where is Sorc built? Check the one on Maxroll for now. I haven't done Sorc yet. Roll calls guys unique exact TB. Yeah, I guess eventually they'll make something. But I'm not really sure what they could make. You know, because I feel like a unique item also needs to be, you know, special and transformative in some way. Like for example, the flirty unique is just like a bad unique, at least in the current state of the game. Maybe in the future when second wind and preparation is like not like absolutely mandatory and we don't have Quack's Rune anymore or something, then the flurry helm is gonna feel a bit more special, but right now it's basically just a slightly better partition helm that has armor on it. And that's it. And then you have Eagle Horn, which is actually like a transformative item. But then on the other hand, if you try to rely on Eagle Horn, then maybe like, you know, the actual old school playstyle starts to vanish as well, right? I kind of want the old school playstyle as well. Same with Rapid Fire, you know, Rapid Fire has a unique, and that is a very transformative unique, but on the other hand, like, you know, like the stuff like Pen RF or so is like not really a thing, because now you just play Rapid Fire directly, and it has enough clear. And I mean, the Rapid Fire item is actually relatively nice and fun. I like Rapid Fire build. Wish it wasn't that terrible. But yeah, you have to be careful to not like destroy an existing build that's nice. Just to make a new unique. Like Polarize, for example, it's a pretty transformative item, but it doesn't actually change the build much besides just making it stronger and more fun and more consistent. And that is like a pretty well done, you know, change to a build where you don't actually want to ruin the existing playstyle. And it does actually upgrade the playstyle a little bit with like the movement and the you know, positioning requirements and stuff, which is nice. For TB, I'm not sure what they could do for TB. That would not ruin the already existing playstyle. They need a Barber style to be unique? Oh, hell no. $74. Crossbow and Azura is working with a burning effect on infusion, you get all the damage bonus and the procs. Yeah, I could imagine that with the burning effect, if you apply that consistently, this might be kinda decent compared to Fist of Fate. If you get vulnerable relatively for free somewhere else, and then you get, it's a 35% buff, a cold damage against burning enemies, right? I mean, you also have the fire proc, but that will do less. But you have the cold proc on the frostburn, so if you try to get that up, you can get lucky hit really high on perdition and on the starters, and that can be, I guess the end result could be something like around 60% of the total lucky hit that you would have with a Fist of Fate equipped or so. Question is, can frostburn give you enough? Fist of Fate also has a 50% bonus, you know. Fist of Fate, without all this like burn shenanigans, is already stronger just from a unique effect. So Frostburn has a weaker unique effect, but it has have the procs, but it doesn't have the lucky hit. So I don't think that really goes anywhere, but I guess it might come relatively close. The old Psylocke. Thank you for 2 years, man. Storm feathers are lightning damage. Did 80 with Heartseeker, Frostburn, Azarath. Oh, nice. This season is like a good improvement on the game. How many seasons until the game will be in its best form? Well, I can't see the future, so I can't tell which future season will be the best season of all time. But I imagine it's gonna be far in the future from now, for game lifetime spans. So I'm just gonna say Season 69. Two staggers already. They will go and stop Rogue for fast clearing. Yeah, Pen Shot, OTB, or Death Trap. They are all like the top builds together. 76. That's fell out here. Yeah, now these guys go into unstoppable mode and I stop doing damage. Rely so much on CC, man. I wonder how their bossing will feel. Like, Belial definitely can't be staggered. Can he be staggered at all, actually? Or is he just like straight up stagger immune? I've never seen a Belial stagger. Have you ever seen an uber unique drop in Artificer? Nope. So Belial can be staggered, okay. I don't know what his stagger animation looks like. I don't think I've seen it. Question is, it must be kind of tough to stagger him, I guess. It's one of the lesser evils, but still. And Diablo, for example, staggers pretty fast. These ones are going slower now though. 26. I think more decked out, like 75 farm is very doable in like 3 minutes. At least 70s are fine. Bay is just super lucky. Blessed. Maybe he has a special connection to the devs, I don't know. Sus. Okay, we go back to 58. Well, actually, just do like 65s or something. I don't really slow down there anyway. I agree, they should raise. I mean, you don't necessarily have to raise the unique drop rates, but they should bring back the unique ancestral buff that we had. And they removed it this season, or last season, I think. There was a boost to the chances for uniques to be ancestral. And since you find them very rarely in the open world, that makes sense. It's actually something I suggested to them, like, you know, way back. And then they removed it last season. And now all the random uniques you find, if you find them, they're just like random non-ancestrals. Trash. And so the only way to get them is just like farm more bosses and farm more Belials and stuff. Where you actually have like boosted ancestral drop rates. It's kind of backwards, I feel. And the same with Mythics, I just need to like you know, take them out from the bossing a little bit. It's fine that bossing is like kind of like, you know, a straightforward path to get mythics. And that's like kind of decent for that. But yeah, there needs to be some mythics in other places, I feel. But right now there's like none. How do you get Belial mats? You found the small bosses. And then Belial appears at some point. Yeah, overall you can definitely feel that they raised the GA drops. But removing this unique boost was a mistake, I think. How many seasons until the power creep mythics? I've been there, done that, but it's gonna happen again. The most I've died in a particular season. Probably season 0, I think I had the most deaths. Because the game was new, we didn't know anything. Lots of bugs and lots of, you know, like the game was also just harder and so on. And everything was way longer. Like, you know, you played a single character a lot longer. And so on. Just going to 100 was already like, you know, 80 to 100 hours if you were fast. So I lost a bunch of characters in season 0. And then not that much afterwards, besides like DCs, power outs, and I guess bugs these days. Bosses feels fun this season during progression, a bit scary and hardcore. Yeah. The bosses are definitely a challenge, you know. Even on a pretty decked out character, you are scared to do like a Torment 4, at least Harbinger or Andariel. Even Belial can, you know, slap you if you have a kind of squishy character. So some of the bosses are definitely kind of tough on T4. Lilith on T4 is also kind of a challenge on hardcore, I'd say. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Azeroth doesn't have like a mythic boost drop rate or something. He's basically a lair boss with extra steps and also a similar difficulty as a lair boss. Like, why does he not have a mythic drop rate? That's kind of stupid, I think. There should definitely be like a similar mythic drop rate on Azeroth as on lair bosses, at least. And then you can even make like a rare affix, you know? Like, you can literally just make a fucking Night Manager affix when you go into Escalation Tier 4 to Azeroth. And I don't know, make it like a, you know, a 1 in 100 chance or something to appear, but, you know, just make it like a fucking purple affix and it says, you know, Mythic Ash or whatever, right? And then it just drops a fucking Mythic from Azeroth. directly, you know, with that affix. Boom. On top of whatever, like, you know, 1 or 2% chance you might give him as a random drop. And there you go, you know. It's suddenly gonna be pogging out, and people are gonna be like, Pog man, Astaroth, logging in. Vienna boy. I'm surprised we can't craft escalation sigils. Well, you can't, but you kinda can, I guess, right? You just craft a bunch of normal sigils, run the strong room. And, I mean, it's very easy to sustain escalation sigils, I feel. So... you can basically do them infinitely with a little bit of, like, farming strong rooms in between. What I want to see is you finish a dungeon in the escalation, then the portal pops up, and I want to have a button that says reroll affixes for some sigil powder. You know, because what use is the escalation when all of the affixes are randomized in the first place every time, right? Like, at the very least, don't make the affixes randomized every fucking run in the escalation, because why do I even choose which sigil to run when it just is everything random anyway, and I can't even like target, you know, gems or up the side or, you know, whatever I want. There's no way to target anything. So at least let me press the button before each portal to reroll the affixes on the next Nami dungeon or something for a little bit of sigil powder. How about that? So I can actually go for the stuff I can care about. Like, you know, no player agency, this is just kind of like a missed opportunity. You know, I just get random stuff at whatever pre-designed rate, and I can't actually use this whole dynamic system to get the stuff I care about. What kind of boots and gloves I'm wearing? Paingorger and a Penitent. I just failed 3 90% in a row. Nice. And then I got an entire inventory of no GAs. Someone on Blizzard just flipped the switch, man. What? Where's my streamer client? We're probably gonna reorganize the tier list a little bit. Saturday we have a meeting with the Maxroll boys. He tried my way of getting mythics by complaining, but somehow he didn't get any drops after complaining. Have you tried writing an angry message to Blizzard support? That's like plan B. And if that doesn't work and you get an AI reply, there's always the official forums. Don't forget to say that you paid for this. And you deserve it because of that. What's my favorite food? Would I either take a burger or a pizza? I'm definitely more of a fan of burger. Maybe even Whataburger. But yeah, I don't eat pizza very often, to be fair. But I like burgers a lot. I have them pretty often when I go out. Not right now because we're on a carnivore diet. But besides that, usually, yeah. It's one of my most favorite dishes. Dude, I failed another 90%. For real. What? 4 90% fails in a row.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need.
Unreal. Is there Five Guys burger place over here? Five Guys, no, I've never heard of that. When you with them, is broken, you fail 90% way too often. 80%. Okay, this round we're gonna have another 90% upgrade chance, so let's see what happens. Because I'm upgrading 4 glyphs with 100, and then one of the upgrades will be 90. Let's see how long we can keep the streak going. How's Rogue this season? Huge login angle for Rogue. Rogue is nice. Hi, Paul. Okay, so good. I'm already playing the second. Yes. That's damn right. I mean, usually I make multiple of the same class in a season. But this time I decided to use more the armory. Also, I just realized if you accidentally misclick your instance, you cannot accidentally reapply it. But if you misclick your potion, you can instantly press the second potion. Sus. I guess it's because it's like an AoE buff and it has a animation. It's because of the Sylvanas skin. Okay, let's see. 100? At least we're not paying the 100%. And... oh! You play Bazan Rag, Rests are so bad. I got a lot of damage, but I can't survive. Yeah, if you're low Paragon, then make sure to use a normal helm first before you equip Loyalty. Loyalty is important later, but you can easily do Tone 4 content without it. And just get a Res helm and armor helm until you fix it. And then use the incense, get the Paragon Res nodes. And then you're gonna be fine at some point. I don't understand how Armory doesn't also recycle gems and change season powers. You have to understand, the technology isn't there, okay? Oh, tier 18 earned, we got a spark. Wait, do I have 2 sparks now, or 1? Dude, how much damage does Lilith do on T1? Basically nothing, I imagine, right? I can probably just face tank everything there. Has anyone done tier 1 Lilith? I wonder if recasting a Shadow Clone actually removes the buff. Yeah, let me see that. No, it doesn't, okay. Like the buff from the stone. It's empowered for 4 seconds, but it seems like it just like is kind of like a buff for all my summons, no matter if they were already present or not. Interesting how it matters. I just like one cycled. No, the other bosses I needed 2. What the fuck? I may have had a bunch of gear in my stash waiting for this character. How many millions of mobs have I killed over the years? Oh, that's kind of tough to estimate, actually. I mean, am I just talking about Diablo 4, Diablo 3, or all of them? What about WoW? Like, all the games? Just Diablo 4. Okay, that makes it easier. Okay, let's see. I mean, how many monsters do we kill? It would be good to get an estimate, like how many monsters are in a dungeon on average, or how many monsters are in a pit on average. But I never use Variana with the massacres. Let's try to count a little bit. Probably not really a lot of millions, to be honest. It's probably in the 7-digit range, but I don't think that's gonna be a lot more than a million. If I had to guess. I know, let's say a typical pit run is like 500 monsters. In a typical 9-bit dungeon, maybe similar. Let's say I do like 1,000 pits a season since season 4. And maybe otherwise 1,000 9-bit dungeons per season from season 0. And then, okay, that alone is like, you know, times 500 is like 2,000. That's fine. So maybe from those two things alone, it will be roughly 1 million monsters. And then, you know, all the other like outdoor content, random monsters you kill anywhere else. I mean, in the past you used to do a lot of Helltide and Kuras and the City and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I guess we're talking about like a few million or so in Diablo 4 so far. There is no way I'm gonna make a German stream for my German followers. Sorry. Did the 4 total hours already surpass the 3 total hours? Nah, no chance. We are at, I know, a third, maybe a bit more now, I guess. I mean, okay, it's like season 9 now, right? So let's say after the season is over, I will have spent probably another 400 hours. Let's say the average season for me is like 400 or 500 hours. Times 9, times 10 actually with season 0. So yeah, we're probably talking about like 4,000 or 5,000 hours Diablo 4, if you're talking about like also the beta weekends and let's say other non-streaming blasting. Let's say 5,000. And in D3 I have maybe roughly double of that. I'm like probably close to 10k in D3 if you count it all together. D3 had a lot more seasons, you know? I mean, I skipped a bunch of seasons and stuff, and many seasons of those I did not play as much as I, for example, play Diablo 4 now, or, you know, not every season in D3 that I played, I've played like hundreds of hours. Some of them are only 50 hours or 100 hours, and that's it. But yeah, like I checked it at some point, it was like over 9,000. And maybe by now like around 10,000 in D3. Maybe 5,000 in D4. Hours testing part and off stream. Maybe. I believe you heard Cizzorn say that they had 13k total hours on PoE1 a few months ago. Maybe you mean 23k, not 13. Cizzorn has certainly a lot more than 13,000 hours on PoE1. And it's also easier to rack up playtime in PoE1 because it's on Steam. And, you know, just being in the game counts as playtime for Steam. Where in Diablo 3 or Diablo 4, it only counts if you're actually logged into a character and standing in town, which you usually don't do, right? So it's actual playtime. And in PoE, it's very easy to have many hours without really playing because of, you know, staying in hideout, AFK, waiting for trades. Not that Sis is probably doing that very much, but I don't know, maybe at some points. A lot of players have done that, I imagine. I mean, technically you can farm playtime, but it's not very TOS friendly in Diablo. If you just have a macro running that casts a skill every 10 minutes and you're standing in a training dummy room, you can parent your playtime if you want. But considering that Diablo 4 currently doesn't have the technology to even track your playtime properly, that's not very useful. And if it did, then people would just call you a basement dweller, nerd, botter, cheater, whatever anyway, de-freestyle, if you have too many hours. So it might be a disadvantage to do that. Why would you farm default playtime? Well, some people like to boast with that. I don't know. To show off the experience and excellence. How can you play so many hours and not get bored? 20k is nuts. But I mean, in the case of Sis, it makes him rich. And otherwise, I mean, PoE is a game where you can easily invest 20,000 hours and not get bored because they have huge updates every few months for the last 13 years. So that is also a pretty good argument to just play the game a lot. And there's a lot to grind, a lot to do, and many builds, and many different ways of playing it. Make a spin to win build, Rogue or Barb. I think that's Barb angle. Whirlwind is pretty decent, I think. Laser Knives also works, but it's definitely one of the weaker rogue builds. What's the point of making a strong character in PoE? I don't know. It's just like progression, right? You wanna see number go up. You wanna farm the juiciest maps. You wanna one-shot the Ubers. And so on. That's the point. Imagine if they remove Arcan's Grass and shift up Ruins from the rotation. I don't think I've done either of those two dungeons a single time this season. Are you sure they're even there? This is Heartseeker with no Azure Wrath. This is the Giga Chat version of Heartseeker. We're actually killing stuff with arrows. What character is nice for speed farming this season? I mean, the best in late game is always Sorc. But besides that, Evade Spiritborn is very good. Bunch of stuff on Spiritborn is decent. Rogue has a bunch of good builds for that. And I guess Lunging Strike Barb. That's also very fast. Can definitely do 90-second runs. We have the technology to deal damage with our skills. When you play Heartseeker, yes. I figured I could make a leaderboard system by now. There's no pushing in PoE. Yeah, PoE doesn't have something like pushing. They don't have like infinite systems. Okay, I guess there's Delve in PoE 1, but you know, that's not really like a competitive system, let's say. Yeah, the thing is that, you know, like pushing in PoE also just doesn't really work with how the game functions. It's a fast-paced game, you know, something like pushing, you know, wouldn't really work in that game, and even if it did, it would be like a very, you know, cheesy game mode. Like if you look at what people actually do to do like the deepest delve, it is very cheesy most of the time. So the game is just not really made for that, and that's okay, you know. But the game is competitive in other ways, you know, there's races, there's gauntlets, and this is like where the fun is. And speedrunning is generally a more interesting competitive angle than pushing, I guess. But I mean, both is fine. And Diablo is more made for pushing and should definitely have leaderboards based on pushing. But it should also have the leaderboards based on speedrunning, right? Like Conquest in Diablo 3 were basically that. But they're not enough. There needs to be more like kind of speedrunning stuff as well, I think. And the problem is with the Conquest in Diablo 3 these days, like they're all over in the first 1 or 2 hours of the season. So this is how fast they're done these days. So there's not really much of like a competition and people that care, and it's just like most of them just happen on the side anyway. I remember like the first few seasons, it was really fun to do Conquest and trying to get to rank 1 and stuff. Like in some of the like first season, I got like, some rank 1 Conquest, and then I had like literally like 10,000 people whisper me grats, and my game crashes. You actually have to make sure that on hardcore to like instantly teleport to town after you get the Conquest done or something, because else you're just gonna die. That was pretty funny back in the day. Yeah, dude, D4 private leagues, man, that would be fucking insane. Like, I would do that shit like every season, you know? Make some nice community events and stuff like that. That'd be so cool. I discussed this with Joe Papiora like 2 years ago. But unfortunately, Joe Papiora is nowhere to be seen right now, so that's unlucky. Reaching for the stars. Yes. Quite a few streamers complaining about this season. Well, they probably didn't really play this season. Because if they did, they would see it's actually pretty fun. Everyone's on a Pirate Lake, I've set Stash to infinite. Holy dude. It's not too easy to get. Wait, are you complaining they're too easy? Rex made a video about a bunch of things he thinks are not good this season, saying mythics are too easy to get. Okay. Yeah, I guess he just had all the mythics when he logged out. I don't know how he did it, but impressive. I mean, I'm currently at 0 Harlequin crests. Not even counting that I died 2 times. I have never found one this season. Or Nezekam or Varion if those were interesting. Or Shadow Vow. One Grandfather. I'm at 3 shrouds now. And this one is actually the right one at least. The other 2 were on the wrong GA. what is like that crucial on the Shroud, but it's nice to have either the All-Star or the Life as a GA. All that matters is Torchlight reveal tomorrow and League start next week. Yes. Actually gonna be checking that out tomorrow and next week. See what they've been cooking. Why is it so hard to get a GA armor pair of pants? That's insane. Two new aspects. Oh. So this has exactly the stats I want. And it has an Umbrus aspect. That's kind of hilarious, actually. What? Well, okay, basic it could be one more on Heartseeker, but I'll take it, I guess. Just complain. It's fine. Okay, so we do this. I'm missing 280 armor. We got 120 from this. So I'm missing 160. One, two, three. So I'm missing 115. So I get 115 from the master working. They hit one masterwork crit on the armor. Or maybe 0, and we could make up for it with a bit of strength here, actually. But we have this. Could I do like this here? There's a bit of strength. This here, there's a bit of strength. Okay. And resistance. Missing 5. Actually missing 8. So I have to roll res. The other one is missing the dex now. Which means we... Okay, I need to check if I have a GA dex amulet or something. Is that a thing? Let me have enough dex. You want to hit like 2.5 or something. Oof. I don't want to have the attack speed everything. So I think I have to gumbo some necks. Then we can fix that later on. Okay. I mean, at least if I change my boots to other boots for bossing, I will have enough decks. But right now for like the grinding it will not work. Because we're missing almost 250 for this and this. Alright. First of all, let's not break this thing. I think it's also kind of insane for Spiritborn actually, for Kapaleke. But okay.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Roll 3 times, 1 second wind. 4 times. And it's bricked. Okay. So let's stay where we are. And you get an Umbrus,
Use it well. The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips.
which will matter a lot now. At least it's shiny. Is anyone? Also, the Source get Vehement aspect. It's an offensive aspect, so I want to gamble offensive slots. One-handed weapons, totems. I guess one thing I could do is, you have a G8 dex there. Could take a ring that has a GA res. And that is probably enough. So I don't have to have the res on the pants. Because it's gonna be very unlikely to get GA armor pants that also have all res. That's not a very common roll. And Heartseeker is even less common. So I think we're just gonna go for a GA all res ring and we can solve that issue. Actually, didn't I have like a few points here that I can take? I think I removed a few res nodes, right? Okay, we can probably get away without the res on the pants anyway. Since we have to shroud now. Did I try the infinite damage bug? No. I don't do that kind of stuff. The idea of mythics being crazy rare will never work now that they've made them reasonably obtainable. That's untrue. In an expansion, you can do whatever the fuck you want, because expansion is always a blank slate. You can nerf everything into the ground, it doesn't matter. I mean, they're already doing like wild swings of drop rates or player power or monster power between each season right now. And on the expansion, you can like double down on everything if you want.
See some steel you need.
Let's try Vehement Brawler here. Get a bit more dam. Okay, there's a 1, 2, 3. 3 res nodes, that's 4.5. So that was almost exactly what I was missing when I took off the pants. Which rogue build is the best? Well, it depends. But it's somewhere between TB, Death Trap, and Pen Shot. New Flurry is Old Flurry, and it's pretty good. It can go high in the pet. Yeah, Razor Wings was pretty fun actually. You need to like get the muscle memory down a little bit, but once you have that, it's actually also really cool. Oh. One stack out to 72, that's kind of nice. Not even close, actually. I'll make a video about Razor Wings, but that will probably be like in 2-3 days. The thing that called my Spiritborn will one-shot anything? Yes. It's just like some weird insta-death bug. What's the bug of Spiritborn? You even see Rob on Evade build get randomly one-shot many times. Well, I doubt that is the same thing. I think in the case of Rob, it's probably because he's running like 4000 HP and he's misplaying. The bug that killed my Spiritborn was the Idol of Doom. Yeah, that is a strong room. Ooh. Better. Back to back. 3 GA ring. What? Okay, it's actually 2 GA, I suppose, but funny. Yo, Alpha Wolf. Thank you so much for 10 subs. How's it going, man? That sounds nice upside.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
$73. Power that remove the resistance aura and the gem to get for more elemental damage one-shot me. No. What's my thoughts on the season? Login. Hi, Patton, by the way. Idol of Doom. This is one of the Nightmare Dungeon Strong Room extra heraldic attunement things you carry on the back. Appreciate the 10 subs. Renaya has a bad drop rate for T4 on T4 for Mythics. Only if you use Dude Mats, pep it up. Dude, what's up with the triple GAs? Oh, shit. Wrong, implicit. It has Dex Life, kind of what I want. But I also kind of want the attacks reduce evade cooldown or the evade charges, I guess, if you want to do bossing. I think we can like very chill upgrade our boost to 80 if we do this for like another hour. Look, it works. Now people start spreading the message. Dude, mods don't drop mythics. At some point people will believe it. 74. Yes, Jay. Great. Bringing barriers. I hope they take this as an opportunity to fix barriers next season, and maybe also damage reduction dudes. Now that they've also made this like whole season thing with disabling them and whatever. One poison pop is like half my life. A quarter if you count the barrier, I guess.
Not a bad pull. Hello, Vassal's ghost. I had that in my bag. All finished, are you?
What's left, you ask?
My god. These guys really like to put up the barrier at 10% life. Now the barrier just dropped right before I went for it. Wonderful. Okay, you just like properly nuke him down and then it's fine. Apparently it's the Jar Rune Superman if you use that. This is why sometimes the evade cooldown breaks apparently. Are you running that? Barrage build when? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do barrage build this season. My pen shot is dead. That would have been the barrage build, I guess. And I was not really planning to in the first place. Using Heartseeker build, but damage is so low in tier 79. Well, time to get upgrades. Isn't victimized better in close quarters combat? What makes you believe that? Close quarters is capped, unlike victimize. Victimize says 75% extra damage, and close quarters, last time I checked, says 90% extra damage. And you get 2 times 15 attack speed on top. You don't even have to apply it to monsters first. Victimize only works if you actually first hit them and proc victimize. So it doesn't even work on the first hit or the second or so until you proc it. Yo, unstack Noddle, thank you. Dude, 2 goblins. What is going on? We're gonna get a Giga Mats here for all those goblins. Titan, Titan, Okay. Run one, get two back. I am using arrows to destroy monsters like that. There's no Azurath involved. And now that we have glyphs leveled and stuff, actually seems pretty good here. Yeah, I said we're gonna be farming 75s, and we are. So that kind of checks out, although we will need like a bit more upgrades to really make this like 2-minute runs in 75s. But yeah, doable. You get a glyphs a bit higher. My status is kind of bad. My pants have the wrong thing. I have 0 passives on my neck. Should try a Diablo or two. I'll just do a Bashan. Or Greek. This is just close quarters plus basic skills. Yes. It's like a mix of the push and the mythic version from the Exile on Heartseeker guide on Maxroll. I'll probably put like my version in planner as well, and you can make a command. Oh, still pretty chill 1-stagger kill. There's a world boss soon. Honduras. +3 unstable elixirs and +3 energy on kill. Nice. And 38% damage. Oh my god. Let's do this. Let's do this. So I go announce some of the bosses. Are those wolves OP from the rune? Those wolves are for Pain Gorger's application. And in some cases other stuff like, you know, freeze is nice. Vulnerable is nice. But this is secondary on this build. Alright, let's see. Varshan. Not even adjusting anything on a build. Oh, even without stagger, man, we just destroy him. Okay. can try a beast. I wanna see a beast if I can kill it before it goes up. Well, Gear Pierce gives me shadows. It's usually depends on every rogue build out there. Actually, I have the wrong boots. I should be running not paint and grease, but I didn't make any other boots now for the bosses because I don't actually stagger them. I can get another boots with more decks and some other aspects. I think killing beast before it goes up might be a bit tight though, right now. The visual shadows. Oh. That's the Savannah skin. Damage to close in all pieces. Actually, I have it nowhere. And like that, I'm at 80%. Yeah, I guess ideally I would have one temper of close damage to get the 90. I should put it on the ring or something. I'm gonna make a new ring anyway. This has this GI dex, we don't actually want that. Yeah, a bit more damage and we just kill this guy in like 5 seconds. I need the Herodic Files. The Herodic Files, huh? There's the X-Files and there's the Herodic Files, guys. No, I don't need them for anything, really. You get way too many and they're worthless after you have the powers upgraded, basically. But no Epstein files, huh? Unlucky. Actually, I can remove the wolves and get something else in here for bossing, I just realized. Okay. We need to get a bit lucky even if we have better gear, I guess, if I wanna kill this guy before I lift off. But okay. One phase, so alright. World boss in 4. Look at all these beautiful items I got here. Actually, I lost my best Fist of Fate, which was a 750 Fist of Fate. Even at this point. I have not gotten an Ancestor Fist of Fate that's worth it then. Yeah, I'm not sure what I would do if I go bossing here. So we have the normal boots, so it gives us a bit of damage. We can get higher glyphs, and then we can... I can't really change anything for more damage or something, I guess. But yeah, normal boots with an aspect. I'm not sure what aspect though. Yeah, there's like literally nothing. So I can do this. Maybe Nebulous Bruise or some shit. Might just do that. And I can also put in Poison Trap actually for some extra damage. We don't need dash on most of these bosses, or Shadow Step, we can remove one of the two. And then we can fix our additive damage so that we have 90% on close quarters. I only have 80 right now. That would be another like 5.5% upgrade. With a tiny loss from the damage per Dark Shroud Shadow. But that's probably worth. I think you can very easily get like 50% extra DPS from here. And then potentially kill Beast before he lifts off and all the other bosses in like 3-5 seconds. Then we have the Shard. So that thing alone can be another 20% DPS upgrade. Here we can also get probably like 10. And then minor stuff, here can be much more ranks, so it can be like 10-20%. Yeah, I think, and then passives, I have no passive. They can be like Malice, Exploit, Alchemical, lots of stuff here. Yeah, we can more than double our damage at this point actually. Hello, Mr. Melis. And put Shroud on bar. Quickening Fog and drop Smoke in it. Yeah, but, I mean, there's not much else to take. The only other, like, you know, utility DPS thing you can take is Poison Trap. And you just do that without Dash or Shadow Step. You just remove one or the other depending on the boss, I guess. I think most of the time I would probably prefer to just keep Shadow Step and like evade around with, like, just evade. And they're probably fine. You don't really need dash on most bosses. Only on Lilith you want dash, I think. On the others, it's kind of whatever. What's the best Raug build for pits at the moment? That is actually a Poison TB for pushing. But it's pretty close between that and Death Trap. And a bit behind that, Pen Shot. You know where all the mythic gear are? Yes. Type exclamation mark rip and exclamation mark rip 2. What's stronger between Malice and Exploit? Well, for Death Trap in particular, you want to generally not invest into crowd control shenanigans too much. Like, the entire build actually barely relies on conditional damage effects. So, something like Malice. Oh, are we gonna like overfill this instance now? There's a lot of people here. Well, maybe it's fine. There cannot be more than 12 people present in one instance, so if there's 12 people and this guy teleports here, it's gonna move our entire party somewhere else. But anyway, Malice was Exploit. I think I would probably go for Exploit. On that after Rogue. But it's kind of close between them, so whatever you get. You don't have to complete regular dungeons to get 9 dungeon keys. You can get 9 dungeon keys from the one by just doing the season quest line and then sustain them from just running more 9 dungeons. Without the season quest line, normally you have to go to level 15 and then open Helltide chests or turn in Whispers to get sigil powder and then get your first sigil there.
I'm impressed.
22 blood. Dude, there is 4... Dude, what? 4 Malinian dudes. What the hell? Okay. Thanks for the party. I don't know what do you mean empty boat?
Live well, my friend. I'll warn you. How may I serve?
The song is called Runaway, Night Vision. Yeah, I'm trying Earth Spike, Stormclaw, more Evade, more Rake. And who knows, maybe something else, and Hydra, I guess. Still this season is on the menu.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Uh-oh. Okay, should be fine. I wanted to use Tybalts. Yeah, but if you go with Tybalts, then you lose the second wind temper. And you don't put it on the neck. But you can maybe get away without the innovation temper and put second wind there. But then also lose the GA armor, so you basically have to... Maybe you can get away with a percent armor temper, but then you can't do second wind temper. Or you have to put a percent armor roll, but then you don't have a passive. So either way, it's kind of scuffed, I think, if you go Tybalts on this. But I mean, you have Lord of the R from Tybalts as well. So that could make up for the lack of second wind. Give me $20 million to invest in any RPG, which one will it be? I'll call the game Wudijo Mission Impossible and invest into that game.
Use it well.
Hello, hello, not a bad too bad, friend.
It is done.
Okay, where are we at? 75. Alright. Did I lose anything important in the rips? Yeah, I lost my crit prediction and my attack speed starters. Especially the starters is a bit painful right now. Because I have a bunch of builds that are not core skill builds that want the starters. And I have to re-level the same glyphs again on Spiritborn because I think I have pretty much all of them done. At like 80 plus. I mean Rogue as well, but you know, we are back at that at least. Druid is alive, yeah. Nothing happens when you fail the timer on the city. You just get TP'd out. Make Hydra Sorc at once GA core starters. Mid-eye is just like attack speed and crit capped anyway, or what? On Hydra? Well, people play crit Hydra these days. There was some hot fixes last night. Today, I'm not sure. Get a drink. Okay. Is Jarun breaking Spiritborn bait? Yeah, there seems to be something up with Jarun. I heard that from some people. It's kind of weird though, because I don't think anything really changed about it.
I forged more than everything starting from nothing.
Merlin arrive emote. We can try to make that. Let's see. Jarun always fucked up weight. Okay. Maybe when I last played it, I just had enough CDR and it was fine. Yeah, I think I also still have Jarun in my planner. So when I get to evade, I will update that. And I've already told Chronix about it to check this out. Also, he might also do like some tweaks on the Maxroll guide if he hasn't already. I'm not sure if he still runs Jarun there, but I guess the Jarun is like kind of outside of like Giga T4 speed farm or so. Season feels like it could use a good seasonal event or beta content like AOZ. Yeah, they don't really do this like mid-season updates anymore, like AOZ. That was like a thing in the early seasons. Now the entire season is a beta. All of the seasons are betas for the expansion where boss powers are just a thing. Probably. Season 2 was still the best. Yeah, Season 2 was interesting. There was a lot of like stuff happening. AOZ came out and so on. Everything was fresh. I mean, I had like way too many bugs though. Like, you know, ball lighting build, the combo point bug, Hoda, Giga overtunes, the poison shred stuff. Oh man. Twisting Blades also was bugged back then still. One cycling elites here though on a good nuke. Ah, nice. That was 77. Looks like we're gonna two-stack our bosses up to like mid-80 or something. Is Eden still playing before? I'm not sure about the posts. But I saw that he had the highest hardcore clear. He had 108 on Druid. He was one above me. I didn't see that. It may or may not be him, but at least it's his account. Elon. Wait, why? I haven't really talked to him in a long time. Look out. Yeah, I was back in season 2 actually. A long time. Dude, this feels like where I go, man. Season 2. AOZ, man. Gauntlet. Holy shit. Gauntlet doesn't even exist anymore. Pre-Trump even. Well, pre-Trump is post-Trump, I guess. I guess ready for round 3. If Elon bought D4 and made it good. Just buy D4. I wonder what D4 would look like. That'll be an interesting thought experiment. No tears, my teller. Wait, are you playing the Capeleka build now or the Fawns build?
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
the hell are you guys talking about? $1 million damage challenge. What? Kind of weird. I mean, I agree, I don't like the big numbers, but on the other hand, the numbers are not necessarily that much larger compared to other games. PoE also goes into the billions on the high end, or hundreds of millions at the very least. I mean, ideally, I would like to see like D2 numbers or something there, you know. 2k DPS is insane. That'll be fun. I guess that's not how it's working here. Now the number and double squish, but you're starting to get back up to crazy numbers again. Yeah, I mean, they will just like, keep squishing every 3 expansions, and that's it, right? They have it figured out. And D4 tried to do a squish, and we ended up with like 1,000 times higher numbers. Nice. Good squish, guys. And also 3 seasons of overpowered dominance. And a bunch of other bugs, like you can't teleport out when you get hit by the smallest hit, or you can't open a chest when you get hit by the smallest damage number, which probably is all related to that expansion squish. Because that wasn't happening before. There was significant damage squish, but imagine loot levels going higher than 800. I don't know, I don't feel like they need to up item power. If anything, they should reduce item power, right? Because there's like this weird random item power inflation going from level 50 to level 60 when you level up. I think that should just be removed and just like be similar scaling to before. Like this, you can already bring down base numbers a bit. You can like just nerf multipliers across the board, bring down numbers like that. And new items can just be lower power than before. I think that's fine. Is there a build guide for Electric Boogaloo? Yes. It's called Razor Wings. It's on Maxroll. An exclamation mark build for the planner. I made it a bit adjustments.
My hammer sings on your return.
80. Yo, cheers, mine. Thanks, by the way. I thought I don't know. Astorf has a chance to drop mythics, at least it's in the description of his lair. Wait, what? Where does it say that? And who has gotten a mythic from Astorf? trick are you asking for, pattern? I have my Stormcloud Druid ready to go, yeah. Okay, just not doing fine for now. I can push them a bit higher, but maybe later. So I'm doing a bunch of pits now.
All finished, are you? Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
In shot or death trap tank, yeah. I mean, overall pretty similar, but I guess pinch shot. Nah. Death trap resets second wind a bit faster, I guess. Because like on every cast you get full barrier, and with pinch shot it's like every second roughly. The clone gets so big with this seasonal gem, man. What the fuck? Oh, Belial. How can I turn off damage numbers? Well, the advantage is I can actually see the video game when I do that. And potentially not die in 20,000 poison explosions and other things that are hidden behind them.
Hello, shining beauty.
Yes, it will.
Hello, shining. Well, hello, shining. Not a bad pull, that.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Maybe I should just grind out more pits until I get those pants that I want for this rogue. Going to 70s. Trap Mastery GA. And that's worth nothing. That's just crit chance, and every rogue has easy 100% crit chance. And in fact, I think that's worse than just having a crit roll on your neck. Maybe it's more than a crit roll, but I mean, a crit roll is nothing you ever want on the neck. And it's conditional. How did I lose my Barb? I didn't. Certain pants that come with rolls. No, legendaries are always random. Penshot is a bit stronger than this. But Heartseeker is pretty good. Soup ma. What kind of soup today? Tomato? Potato? Pumpkin? Mushroom? I think the Exile is done like 95 or something with Heartseeker.
Better than starting from nothing. That's not a bad pull, that. Shame that. Go one more? Hello, shining well. Hello.
I'm looking for GA armor pants. With Heartseeker.
Have a wee. Not Vasili's ghost. All finished, are you?
We have almost a stack of Balmats. That's pretty good. Can we do this very quick? Am I changing build soon or staying on Heartseeker? Nah, this rogue will be Heartseeker all the way. I'm not planning to do another rogue build right now. I mean, I will be switching to another class and I can probably play Stormclaw next on Druid. I think that's gonna be kind of exciting to see. And then we're probably gonna do the Earth Spike as well, so we kind of finish on the Druid and the Rogue. Barb is done, and then it's basically Hydra left and more stuff on Spiritborn. So that's kind of where we're at. So yeah, probably like this weekend, I wanna like mostly finish Druid and Rogue stuff. And then we have kind of like next week a lot more Spiritborn things cooking. Especially because we're probably gonna get a patch as well next week, so there might be like some other builds coming up that I might wanna play. So I should make sure that I'm ready for that. I wonder what they could buff on Barb though. I guess Lunge and Bash are kind of clearly ahead of other builds, so maybe they need to buff back Earthquakes slightly. Maybe give Frenzy some like better lucky hit identity, so you can play like a Frenzy Azurath build. I mean, that would be okay, I think, for Frenzy to just be like something like an Azurath build. Was that the Bellborn? Yeah. Oh, we finished everything in just one Soulspire. What the hell? One Forgotten Soul from the rain. Oh my god. Whirlwind. I think Whirlwind is doing pretty well though. I saw Miku just like one-tapping T4 lair bosses basically with Whirlwind. Not sure what he was doing exactly. About another DS buff. Yeah, Double Swing could need some love, and core skills in general on Barb. And now that they've brought down part of builds a little bit, I guess there is potential, but I'm not sure which route they need to take. I guess they can like buff their like the base skills a bit, and then maybe buff the aspects a little bit. There's like the Hoda specific aspect, there's like, you know, upheaval weapon, upheaval aspect. There's a bunch of things they could do, I guess. Realistically, they also can do some stuff with like the class system for Barbs. Like specialization, like this whole class specialization needs like a revamp at some point, I think. It's like such a boring basic system that's been just like the same 200x choice for 2 years in every build. Wow, 10% extra damage against vulnerable enemies. So that could maybe help bring that up a bit as well. There's also Jar of Souls, I guess I should have started that. And then standing the Soul Spire while the Bloodmane is spawning, doing the Jar of Souls event. That would have been kinda nice actually. Human, Lightning Druid, Lightning Wall Sorc, Koda, Kata, Bliss Sorc. Yeah, Blizzard is okay. Kata, yeah, it's kinda nerfed now, but I mean it was like a thing for 3 seasons in a row or something. And I think there's actually some potential of like human something. They just said. The song is Sleepless Nights, Fear Weekend, and Prism.
It is done.
That's the spirit. All finished, are you?
Volcano Druid. Yeah, I'm also wondering, like, when the expansion came out, I was like, man, they need to make like a fire Druid, you know? Ultimate, core skill, basic skill, you know, just give them everything. And here we are. Stone Burst. And to be honest, Stone Burst is actually relatively fun. I played it last season, it was nice. But still. It took them like 3 seasons to make this into an actual skill. Where you get this build? Heartseeker on Maxroll. Yeah, it makes sense, Wonkas, right? Fun interaction. I can help you, Mocha. Okay, stream is incoming. I can stream in 2K actually. But I guess for that I kinda need to play in 2K, which I don't. So, I'm not sure about that. I guess I would have to get a new monitor. Maybe. On the other hand, I don't really have space for a bigger monitor. Like, I'm already struggling really hard to not push my PC off the table as it is. Bust the Samsung back out with the G9. You don't survive any boss fight. Well, how much life, armor, and resistances do you have? What build are you playing? Says it's streaming in 2K. And what torment here? I mean, if he's playing Spiritborn, he's more likely than not in T4. Because this is really where you start dying to the bosses, I guess. Hi Andre. You can try to get a few boss mats, get your core uniques from specific bosses you need. Otherwise farm up the glyphs. Try to get like the first GA items in your, you know, legendary slots. From gambling in the pit or something. You have Quill Volley, Spiritborn, you want to get a Midnight Sun Ring from Grigor and a Kiperneka from Duriel, Andariel, or Harbinger as soon as possible. And then just like decent legendaries in the rest of the slots. I'm trying to set up a Rake Spiritborn build, but there's like 60 variations. Well, I have a guide, and there's also a Maxroll guide. I guess it has evolved a little bit now. And I'm just mostly waiting for the patch notes for probably the Tuesday patch and see if you're gonna do any other adjustments in case they, like, you know, nerf the double dipping or something. But you can just still take the Maxroll and on my guide. Okay, 7,500 life for T4 bosses is very low, Mokka. So you're likely gonna get clapped with that from like any of the big hits. I mean, there's some stuff that you're not supposed to tank. For example, the Harbinger jump, or the Bridal Breath, or even the Rashan dance phase. So this one-shots most characters no matter what. But I probably need to pump the life up a bit. Use a life elixir, use a life incense. Cap your res, that's also quite a lot of defense you're missing. And people play D4 and Powerful Exile exists. Well, it turns out, variety is the spice of life. Have you ever heard that? Scooby's next to the dog. Dude, I hate this dog, man. The dog is just fucking barking. I'm not even sure where that fucking dog is, man. It's somewhere in the neighborhood. And it annoys me every single time that I have to mute my fucking microphone so that I don't annoy another 2,000 people. And I guess you hear it kind of like muffled and filtered, but I hear it like in its full glory. And the dog doesn't even sound nice, man. J sword, but not the right kind of sword. Fuck. He has a sword. 50%. Wow. Actually, on this build, I can run a non-ancestral Shard of Heartseeker and probably come out ahead, as realized, because I'm not actually using this weapon in main hand. I think when you're dual wielding and one of the weapons is non-ancestral, it's a like 8% loss or so. I mean, even if I was dual wielding right now and I was playing like, I don't know, Invigorating Strike, there's actually a chance I could find a better non-ancestral Shard of Heartseeker. So that's that, I guess. And I've been using this shit for so long, I should probably remaster it at this point. What skill ranks do we have? 22. Okay, let's just go with this for now. Oh, fuck it. Goes with the resource again. Which is not bad for Barb, but otherwise... He has a nice movement boot. I don't think you want movement boot. You probably want like a G8 dex or a G life or something on that thing. if you want to do bossing with this. Because I think we're capping out the movement pretty easily, right? Yeah, 169%. Because you have this. Even more.
Still got some good in it.
Restart D4 quick. There's a questionnaire. Nice. I'm really in the mood for a questionnaire right now. Opening base Spiritborn to Kill Volley. I mean, Kill Volley is decent, but you'd probably want the Kapaleka and the Midnight Sun to really get started. And Evade is, you know, just like smooth progression all the way. You can just stick to that and eventually blast everything in T4. Yeah, Evade gets to the point where you one-shot everything, including the bosses in T4. Which should be the one to go with. Yeah, one records. Pit is where you farm paragons, glyph levels. So especially early on in your character's journey, you usually want to go get your glyphs at least to 46 to get the legendary bonus, and like it's just that kind of, you know, easy and power grind basically. Realistically, you always want to keep your glyphs leveled to a point where you can at least do speedruns. So if you're doing like, you know, 3, 4, 5 minutes of any pit tier you can do, you should have your glyphs leveled to the same tier. Like for example, we did like all the way up to 80. I can clear 80s in like 5 minutes. So this is where I stopped going up, and all my glyphs are 80 right now. So usually you kind of like keep up with the tier you can fast clear. So you want to do that, and then, okay, you have a Kabaleke, trying to get the Midnight Sun Ring, and then that combo of those two uniques is like a massive power spike on Quill Volley. The Maxroll, normal Rotting Nightbringer better than Ancestral. Depends how far off the Ancestral is, but the unique affix matters a lot on Rotting Nightbringer. What's the best class for hardcore this season? Druid. Like if I really want, I can make it full rise so tanky that he just, you know, face tank Harbinger jump or something if you want. What build for speed farm for Necromancer? That's a good question. I suppose Blight or Minions are probably some of the fastest, but I don't really know what they're doing, to be honest. Speed and Necro doesn't really go well together these days. Can you use Tyrael on Heartseeker if you don't have Shroud? You can, but that should normally be Raymond, I guess. Like Sorcs usually don't have issues with resistances or max res. You have like the potent warding passive, plus you're an int class. So Tyrael doesn't really offer much. But Raymond gives you a lot of damage with glass cannon ranks. Hi Kawasaki. Yeah, I'm planning to do more Spiritborn. That might be a few days. We just leveled this rogue here fresh. I have work to do. I'd like to get another Stardust again, so I have like an attack speed based Stardust before I do a lot of Spiritborn stuff. That's good, Maka. You can also use Potion and Incense. Don't forget that. What pit level is a T4 boss? We're like 75-ish or something. Like the rule of thumb is usually for lair bosses. Yeah, like +1 torment difficulty. So torment 4 is pit 55, so +1 torment would be here 70. Maybe it's a bit more than that because they're special. But yeah, this is a 71 for example, and kill this guy in like 3 seconds. I guess the main difference is that pit bosses can be staggered very easily and lair bosses can't. So for example for the rogue, that matters. I usually have to kill the lair bosses without stagger, because they just don't get staggered basically. Elias 2 times the health as other bosses. I'm not sure, but I guess something like that. But Belial is also relatively easy. So even if he has more HP, you know, it's a very easy fight. Like I think like Vashan is harder than Belial, for example. And then, okay, Harbinger and Andy for sure, and the others are like somewhere mixed in. Best RPG in my opinion, yes. I'm not sure if we have data, but I would imagine Belial to have higher drop rates than the others. So in the past, the small bosses had half the drop rates of the middle bosses. I could imagine that those have half of Belial, but I'm not sure if that's actually correct at this point.
My hammer sings on your return. Not a bad shame that. Hello, shining beauty.
Yeah, it seems like they might have like reduced mythic drops in general. No, Shamsa. It's you, Dano. They actually made it a lot easier this season. Surprised they didn't fix the bug with the puddles. Yeah, they're definitely aware of that bug though. So they might fix it in like the patch next week, I guess. If you're lucky. I mean, if they do that and they don't nerf the build, then full rise is gonna be like insane. So after... I mean, it's basically the top build already after the Spiritborn stuff, right? Or next to Hydra, I think they're like pretty even. But full rise is definitely gonna pull ahead noticeably if they fix that bug. And it's basically just Spiritborn and then Pulverize. And as a non-bugged build, Pulverize will be number 1. Then I can. I do, hope you too. You know you don't play Hyderbird. I haven't even played it this season. But I have played on PTR, and I have seen what other people do. And I have seen discussions around it. I've watched some clears. I mean, I don't need more than that, really. And I mean, you can just look at literally the leaderboard and to see how strong is Hyder and how strong is Pulverize. And right now they are relatively even. And the Pulverize bug fix is probably going to be a, I don't know, 3-4 tier buff or something to Pulverize when they do that. So there's actually a quite clear winner, I think, in that case, after a potential bug fix. You kill level 80 boss, you do like 2 minutes no damage, and then the boss starts to go down. Yeah, this is because of the Aho Quacks combo. The runes. So the first 20% of the fight you don't trigger Quacks, and this makes it so that the first 20% of the fight are roughly half of the entire fight in terms of time spent. So unless there's like ad spawns, you don't trigger Aho rune. And then you can't trigger Quacks, and Quacks double dips for that build. So you're missing out on a ×4 multiplier, basically, for the first 20% of the fight. If you get lucky with ad bosses, and with ads, then you can trigger Quacks from the start, and you do more damage because of Noxious Resonance. When there's more targets, you deal a lot more damage. So your damage goes like ×10, ×20, ×40, or whatever. When there's ads, like if you have Hive Master, or Spirit Court or Frost is the best boss. Or Drowned Sea Hag has ads, and Scourge of the Land has ads, and so on. So that's just how the build works. And like the higher tiers, you're gonna notice a big difference between single target and ad bosses. Which with good gear shouldn't really matter up to like, let's say pit 100 or so. While there after that you won't really kill single target bosses anymore. I need to turn in my spark, actually, I keep forgetting that. Before this rogue dies to some random bullshit as well. Yo, sup, Rariud. Thank you for the sup. I have plans for PvE 2, maybe in like 2 weeks.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails.
Use it well.
One sec. Yeah. Thanks, Seraph. Appreciate that, by the way. How can you start a Vessel of Hate campaign? You've done it before, just made the first hardcore character. You have to select... You have to not select skip campaign when you do the character creation. There's a checkbox. There's like a, you know, skip normal campaign and skip Vessel campaign individually. You have nothing unlocked. Yeah, you have to get the renown and stuff in hardcore separately. That has nothing to do with the campaign though. What's a good season start? Has an easier transition to speed farmer. Well, the overall, like, you know, best, smoothest speed farming starter build is evade, I guess. That's just kind of like, you start with it, you end with it, you go all the way. Otherwise, Hydra is very popular. Then a bunch of stuff on Rogue, you know, TB, pen shot. Wolf is also decently fast and very powerful, very easy. Yeah, Barbs are fine as well. Lunching Strike is pretty insane. But it requires like a bunch of uniques to get going and stuff. But yeah, once you have that, it's actually also one of the fastest, I'd say. The gens make a lot of difference. I mean those, if you're playing Eternal. I would say the season theme is probably like a overall buff of like 50% plus minus depending on build. So you can notice it, but it's not like the craziest. What's more fun? I don't know, the Spirit is actually very fun. But I probably enjoyed Penshot over all the moves this season. What? What the hell is going on here? I can't walk through this. Okay. This is why the puddles don't splash on the Druid man. $72. This build can do pretty 90 pretty easily, yeah. I could probably do 90 right now with my character. Let's open the stuff here. Another spark. Triple helm there. Ah. 8.1 seconds. What? Ugh, what? That's the second one. And it's account bound. Rip 1 billion gold. Oh my god, dude. I already sold that thing. What the fuck is going on here?
Better than starting from nothing.
Use it well.
Then you get these like normal potions for no reason. Okay. Yeah, I have to go dev tab now. Yeah, you can't sell items from caches. That's actually insane. I got 2 perfect meta items, man. That's actually ridiculous. What the fuck? Okay, 1%, whatever. And Rapid Gambits does nothing. So... Dude. Maybe. But I did sell my pretty good max resource GA Beastfall. So I'm not sure yet about that. If I get another one, maybe. Where did I farm so many souls? I played the video game, and now I have souls. The Arcana is from Strong Rooms and Nightmare Dungeons. Try to run the Nightmare Dungeons that have guaranteed Strong Room effects. Macro has been fighting a dummy for 3 days. And who's winning? Oh no. I don't know. Eva was offline for a year because he was fighting a dummy. Dude. Guys. Okay. Eva's profile pic on Discord. Yeah. Okay. This is Eva. He's become one with the dummy. How do you know Ava isn't a ChatGPT chatbot? Good question. Nice to see Ava is actually, like, you know, doing streaming and videos now and stuff. He's been trying to put out some content. Did Ava actually play the game past season? Ava has actually played the game surprisingly little in the old seasons. And he was actually, in fact, mostly just doing mechanics testing, build crafting, target dummy, and so on. But yeah, especially last season he's been going ham. And this season again. And he's also playing the video game now. And it seems like he's enjoying it. out in the open. And he's cooking. Yo, Bacchus, thank you, man. And I also target dummy guy off stream, because on stream I rarely do it. I do occasionally do stuff off stream in target dummy room and in general. But I also tend to do a lot of target dummy stuff on the PTR and then not so much on live store, for example. Or, you know, maybe later on in the season after I've done like a lot of like blasting and, you know, progress my characters to the point where I want them and so on. Yo, that's actually... That is a pretty good eagle horn. And I mean, I also get a lot of like knowledge from other Maxroll guys, you know. Like I'm quite involved with like a lot of the theory crafting discussions, or you know, sometimes I just see what people find and share and stuff. So I know a lot of things even if I don't necessarily test them myself in the target dummy room. Or I view bug reports, I see, you know, like weird random findings. So, you know, there's like a lot of like weird little details that I know about all of the classes. Because of that, for example. You know, I don't have to confirm every single thing myself. When there's like 15 other guys also hitting the dummies. But yeah, I do my share of like target dummy testing as well, but mostly like on PTRs, I guess. Or unless there's like something I need to figure out on the fly, or there's like a new mechanic in the season, or they change something, and of course I also go there. But so far it just has not been really that necessary for the stuff I'm doing right now. Who is the most hours at target dummy on Maxroll? Yeah, I guess that's definitely Ava, and then maybe Macro. I guess Northy has a lot as well. Should do like a, you know, a pin board with like a list. And then people need to like clock in, you know, and clock out when they enter the training area. Oh god. Yeah, okay now. I actually had someone else complain about the same thing, and I told them about it, and they have been investigating this, and they have been at least telling me about changes to the system, and that they have been refunding stuff that people requested, and they have been answering the mails. So just try the mail again. If that doesn't work, then you can DM me on Discord. Yeah, honestly, we have way too many people complaining about this. Like, I'm not happy with this at all. If that doesn't stop, then I'm not gonna work with them anymore. They need to fix this shit. Yo, Sauce. For Balazan Crash Build, you need barrier generation gems, or can you crush them? Or can you swap them out for decks? The gems. I mean, Crushing Hand has a maximum cap of 40% that you reach basically every single hit, and that cannot be raised with the gems. Auspicious has, like, gives you more basically, or faster, so that works. And I think Bottled Wind also gives you more. But yeah, you probably don't necessarily need the barrier generation gems if you feel like you have perma barrier all the time, Sauce. You can probably go decks. So you can like, kind of check how it is, if you're like fully maxed out most of the time. Depends a little bit on the content you're doing. You know, if you take too much damage, then it will be hard to, for example, max out Auspicious. Why does this also have infinite mana? For 2 days? What do you mean with infinite mana exactly? I have a very funny suspicion, actually. I assure you I have Serpentine Aspect imprinted. What's a Necro player swing of the Mage Gloves? Do they like the new minion style? Good question, actually. Who's playing Necro minions? I tried it on a PTR and actually had like a decent amount of fun with it. But I don't really want to make a Necro now to play it. Yeah, anyway, Kana, we had someone else DM, like, tell me about it, and I told them to DM me the details and stuff. And then Crimson Market took care of that and refunded. So again, if you don't get a reply from them, then just DM me, and I will, like, take care of that. The second Heroic spawn on the same level, but it takes into the same Heroic. I never had that happen so far. But I guess I also rarely tried, because I often just like leave the Night Dimension after the strong room. But it does make sense to me that if there's a second portal, it should be the same room. Right? It's one dungeon with one strong room that is somewhere hidden, and it just has 2 doors. Great. I'll afford that shit. Doesn't even work. Ah. Let's do that real quick by here.
Don't ruin all that work.
You want tradition or shroud first or pen shot? Probably shroud, I would say. Tradition is pretty good too. But you already have cowl. Cowl is pretty good. Oh my fucking god. Wait, did I actually kill 150 demons already? No, I killed fucking 5 harbingers somehow. What the hell, dude? My hellborn. My whispers. Oh my god. Never lucky. I wonder when they're gonna change the system a little bit. Like this is just... Yo, Neil's glad to hear that. Good luck with the both.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? Well, Vassal's ghost. Hello, shame that. Go one more?
Need to add the ravens to the Helltide areas. Yeah, that would not be a bad idea. At least you can, like, you know, rush over to the Raven, turn in, and then kill the Hellborn, for example, or something like that. But even then, it can still happen that sometimes that, you know, the Hellborn just like spawns like, you know, miles away, and like, you know, that's it basically, right? Oh, shit. Ah, shit. Okay. Like, they just need to allow us to have like 2 or 3 turn-ins at once for the whispers. You know, instead of maximum 10, you can have maximum 30. Or 34, I guess. Anima turned in. Nice. The technology was there, yes. And we lost it. Ancient technology lost the time. And it's season 9 now. So not only did they not bring it back in season 8, but it's 2 seasons after that now, and it's still not back. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god, okay, I'm gonna get the fucking keys now before I forget this again. I have a whole 19 obols. Do I have keys in a stash? No. Just like whispers to 100. Nah, I think that would be too much. You know, like for example, obols. You farm pit for half an hour, you have full obols. That's fine, you know. You farm whispers for like 15 minutes, you turn in 3 times in a row. You know, that's fine. Like 10 whisper turns would be a bit too much. It's probably more than some people do in an entire season. Got a 2J Pain Gorger. I'm not in need right now. Vesper for Azure if it's a fake combo. I mean, on the Rogue, it's kind of close between Penshot and TB. But I think Chainlighting might be better than both those two. By a little bit. That's a lot of strong rooms. I don't expect a strong room. For DB, you only play Azurath and push. Well, that has now shifted to Poison TB again. But, I mean, you can just play Azurath TB, just like you can play Pin TB. That's what I did briefly before I swapped to Pin. Played TB to level up, and then I got Eagle Horn and stuff, and swapped to Pin Shot. But they're actually pretty equivalent. If you skip the campaign, you can't do it on the same character again. You have to do a fresh character. You can't unskip the campaign on a character. Well, rest it feels fun for pushing. Yeah, I had a really good time to that. When I was doing the actual like pit push, it was actually the first time I really enjoyed going like high tiers and stuff, because the build is just like nice to play, even in like slow content. Ah, the pit, I guess. You get to see the Prime Evils in an expansion. Yeah, I mean, next expansion is likely Mephisto, with a hint of Diablo, and then expansion 3 is likely Diablo, and then expansion 4 is likely Bale, I guess. So I'm gonna sort of do the same order as always. Just waiting will mean you have to do a lot more bosses and get a lot more mythics on the way and a lot more sparks on the way to then maybe target Kratos or the mythic. It takes a long time to get 6 of a specific legendary rune if you don't trade. So either you buy those runes or you yodel.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. Use it well.
Many Azeroths.
Hello.
My hammer sings on your return. Ha!
One second, the force here is so clunky, the force move in Stellar Step. Really? I don't really notice that. Feels very similar to the PoE, to the LE.
Hello, shiny. Not a bad pull, that.
Pants. I guess it is the pants. Wow.
The magics await your return.
Where the hell are we?
Greetings.
It's asking me how do I add gold? There's no another trade. Cute. Okay, so I've hit this. We said we want one masterwork on the pants, right? We need 180. Yeah, 280. 160 armor. So we need masterwork this up. Right. That is going to be 100 more. That's going to be 160 more. Do I need a master crit or not? So we're gonna be at 827. $947. And then there's 1, 2, 3 armor nodes, which is 45. So we're gonna be at 992. Okay. Close enough, I say. So we try to triple hit the Heartseeker on this thing. Or maybe one second wind and double Heartseeker or so. First of all, we have to roll Heartseeker. Shit. Oh. Sometimes lucky. Let's try to hit Heartseeker on the first one at least. It really likes giving me a second wind. Oh my god. Oh. And the dex. I'll take it. Do I have a better neck? Not really right now, right? 2 to exploit. 3 to exploit. Okay, that's good enough for now.
Brighter soul. Fashion this into something exquisite.
It says 85%. And I wonder if it's actually the same. Can I see this in a target dummy room? Kind of curious. What was what? Is Rogue any good this season? Yeah, Rogue is pretty nice. Okay, now we're missing 2.8, 5.8 res. Someone gave me int. So actually missing a bit more than that. Dummy stream. Do the dummies always do the same damage? I'm not sure. Let's find out. Where the fuck is all the Legion coming from? The fuck? Should do a quick analysis of the odds that are happening. What exactly are we talking about? The master working here earlier? With the second wind or what? Uh, I guess it's because of this. So this is not the time to test it. Fuck it. Okay. Another time. Another character. The back-to-back Heartseeker ranks is a 1 in 25. On a legendary. Winning like 1 in 25 times going to 8. Well, actually 1 in 25 times masterworking without any resets from 0 to 8. But since I first try to hit the first hit and then I reset if I don't get it, it's actually a 1 in 5 when I have the previous Heartseeker already. Ah, the rerolling. Yeah, that, I mean, okay. Skill ranks are not as hard to roll as passive ranks on Neck. But yeah, getting back-to-back Heartseeker is relatively unlikely, I guess. It's a bit lucky, but on the other hand, it is not hard to roll skill ranks on pants. You can do that with like a few 100 million golds usually. Nice, Kogu. Congrats. Okay, now we got exploit ranks on the Neck, which is gonna be okay for now. You have Dex here. I got more Heartseeker ranks. We still have... wait. Oh yeah, we had too much in second wind. We had 8 ranks in second wind. Because this is 4, 5. Okay. So we actually don't even lose anything here. We have full barrier anyway. This was just wasted. Now we have to fix this though. Okay, how do we do this? This can be 3.2% more. With 2.8 under cap. So gonna be 0.4 over cap. And then we're missing... we said this int. I'm gonna log out real quick. I see that's without the int. We are 4.8 under. We are 7.8 under actually when we are out of town because my regime is not counted. We can gain 3.2 more than this. So you're gonna be 4.6 under. And you can get exactly 3 points, right? 1, 2, 3. Funny. So we can go to 12 and Yoda only 1 in 5. How's my attack speed? I think we kind of want the attack speed here. But if I had my other starters, I wouldn't need this attack speed roll at all. This would actually just be a life roll. Which is kind of funny to think about, actually. The entire attack roll, including the 2 Master crits, is actually pointless if I hadn't lost my starters yesterday. That is too much rest now. I want 1, and then attack speed, I guess. How many tempers does this thing have left? None. The thing is, I may or may not get another breakpoint. Okay, we have the tables. Let's see actually where are we at. So we're supposed to have 100% in cap 1, and then cap 2 we have 27.2. Plus 15 from close quarters. Plus 20 from alchemical. Plus 100. Plus 100. So that's where we are at. 28842. So 856. So you can get away with a little bit of missing attack speed. Okay. I don't think I have any hope of replacing this fucking Shard of Raphael anymore anyway. It's just not happening. So... how much do we have cap 2? 15, 20. It's this. So 94.1 in cap 1. We need 79 sheet with potion. So the TLDR, we don't have to hit the attack speed. Just hit the rest once. Okay. Nice. Is there actually any point in masterworking this at all for anything? No. I'm movement capped, I'm rest capped. Who cares about chills, their potency, and I'm crit capped. Like, there's literally no reason to masterwork this item, besides running faster in town a little bit. That is actually kind of hilarious. I should do something with that thing. Some clone. Too bad I break the other sword, which has a better roll. Could have had a better roll on Clown. This one is not really impressive. It's almost a min roll. And we're wasting way too much on the shit. That's enough damage. Fucking knew it.
Greetings.
Okay. You're missing 0.1 rest and 6 armor. That's a perfect solution. Ugh.
I appreciate that.
We've got the crit attack speed enchanted it to life when you get the starters. Yeah, okay, but I mean the starters might be weeks away. Who knows? So I'm not sure if I'm gonna get any starters at all. So let's see. Streamer client. Thought they may go close quarter or victimize. Well, close quarters is a 90% damage. And victimize is a 75% damage boost. And I get more attack speed. And I triggered anyway with the way I play, because I just dash and shadow step around all the time. That's a puncture poison build. That's pretty meme territory, I would say. I mean, something like Puncture, Azure Wrath, sure, we can do that, but it's just gonna be like a shitty version of the other Azure Wrath builds. Then it's like the passive and point stuff, but it can't really do much damage with that, I think. Okay, let's see if I can hit Bloodmane before the first adds. We sure can. NATO Druid cleared 97. Huh. Terrible. Grizzly Rage is strong this season, I guess. Start with Grizzly? I imagine so. City.
It is done.
Is that a Raven? I didn't even know this part of town existed. Okay. Maybe that's the point. Should we try to go up again a little bit and see how that is? Oh, there's more. Okay, let's do this, I guess. And the Vote in 17. Would they replace a perfect 4GA Insatiable for 1GA Shroud? I'd say yes. Shroud should pretty safely be more damage and repairable defense. Oh, there's a lot of whispers. 8 minutes. Come Lord. And quality rest tonight. Wait for the big day tomorrow, or what exactly do you mean, Femic? Spiritborn is the strongest right now, yeah. This is Heartseeker build for Maxroll. Yeah, I was thinking about trying some bossing with no arm quacks and instead go something like maybe Neo quacks or Tam quacks. You can try that. Grim Hobbit. That might help with bossing. I'm gonna load up another Spiritborn and see if we can do a bit of testing like that. Let me know if that's like notice me better. Super. You have to hurry a bit here. Yeah, Heartseeker is very nice. Having fun with this build. It's decently powerful. Definitely nice to play. And it has good clear too, because of Pengosha's change. Like, it doesn't actually feel like I have to hit every single thing one by one. Balazan builds nerfed or what? Nope. As a world boss in 10, okay. Which mythic for both? I'd say probably Shroud.
Use it well.
Yeah, it depends on how much crit you're missing. If you're missing a lot of crit, I would go Perdition first. Okay, so what is my highest moves right now? 82, 80. Okay, let's try an 83 actually. To get our glyphs higher. I think that should be pretty chill. Because we mastered our stuff up a bit. We have the exploit ranks now. We have more Heartseeker ranks. Let's see it. Those headphones don't exist anymore. The Sennheiser PC360. And I will keep using them until there's no more sound coming out. Then goes the must for every basic build. Not for Flay. And I guess not for Rock Splitter and Thrash. And maybe others. What? Some basic battle lacks clear. Yeah, Pain Gorge is mostly solves that problem, right? Like Pain Gorge is giving all these basic skills actually some endgame and some clear and so on. But yeah, some basic skills don't work well with Pain Gorge just because only the first hit gets applied to everything. So all these like multi-hitting builds, like even Heartseeker hits twice. So only the first hit is actually counted for Pain Gorges and so on. Plus some multipliers still don't work for Pain Gorges. Last time. Oops.
It is done.
I think Game Pass only has the base version of the game, but you can play the season with that. But you're missing out on some stuff. What are Mystic Circles? This is what spawns from the plane's power aspect.
Hello.
Big circle on the ground. My balance on builds nerfs, I covered everything, and to get the Maxroll, I can't do shit on 200 Paragon level at day 4. It sounds like you're missing something big. Like, even without Mystic Circles, you should be just destroying Tome 4. Maybe not the bosses. The bosses will die in the Mystic Circles though. Do we actually have thorns? Do we have a razor blade equipped? And are you hitting enemies enough so that you trigger the Jaguar Hall? Especially the elites and the bosses. Are you running out of resources potentially? Because of Quack's Rune or other things? With everything doesn't really mean much. It might just be misplaying. When you're low Paragon, you probably have bad gear. Maybe you have really crappy rolls on certain things that are important. Maybe you're not, actually attacking when you should. After figuring a Quack's Rune, for example, this is the moment to deal the most damage. But if you're just standing there with no resources and you have that not figured out, then this doesn't help you and actually just makes it worse. Eyes in the Dark have Aftermath ranks, Raven Mayhawk. So that gives you the resource back. And usually that is enough to just cover everything. Like, if you have like 5 total Aftermath ranks or so, you should be fine. Maybe 6. The Aftermath is rank 6. How much is my max resource?
My hammer sings on your return.
How much auto do I have? 70k. Oh, I definitely have to go do some dungeons. Okay, I think I'm going to do some strong rooms without pressing on idle. If you have 6 Aftermath ranks, that should instantly fill everything. Right on. So I think what might be happening is that you also trigger Quacks. And that drains you. Which is fine. So just sometimes you won't have energy for... It might be Quacks interfering. So you might want to remove that until you can get another source of energy recovery, like a weapon roll or so. I can also run a reactive ooze so you can like regen it. I'll be a minute or two. Okay, what did I miss, guys? Chain lightning. I did save one 2GA Azure. So maybe. I've played a bunch of Chain Lightning already. I think last season actually. And in season 5. Trying to feed Melon from the skewer. Usually I always like, you know, take off the piece. But I let him work for it this time. Okay. So I had a little snack, but now we can keep blasting. Yeah, Melon, that's it. Okay. Where are we at? More pits, I guess. Ah, yeah, we want to do this. Okay, let's do the strong room stuff. Get a 4GA of Fading Iris with max aspect from a cache. Yeah, holy shit. That would be stonks, actually. That's probably the most expensive item to get in the entire season right now. I also got a 4GA Ice in the Dark from a cache right now. OJ Judgement. That's kind of nice as well. It's really good to have the double armor GA on the Judgement shell because it makes it so easy to hit the 5k for unyielding. Okay, last time I went into such a strong room, a character exploded for no reason. Let's see what happens this time. Yeah, I can't reroll a GA to another GA. It'll become normal stat. That would be insanely OP if you could just reroll them. Is this the reason why I have to wait 10 seconds for the boss to spawn? Because I clicked on the pillar? We would love the 5 per 5 seconds stat, yes. Yeah, I mean, that would just be ridiculous, right? Like, you just get like any 3GA with two half decent stats and then just roll the last one to like whatever crazy thing, like, yeah. Like, they also need to be bad items, basically, yeah. You can't seem to kill the big elites fast enough in Pit 100. Well, I mean, the strategists make bigger pulls, generally, but I mean, that depends on the build, you know, how easy you can make pulls, how much you benefit from big pulls, how long does that take. But yeah, the more targets you hit, the more damage you deal. So, you know, some builds can pull stuff really well, others not so much. Minion Necro. Okay, I mean, they probably don't benefit so much, right? Although they do have this, like, shatter attack. So I guess AoE is still AoE, but it's not really the same. I mean, 100 is certainly high for a Minion Necro already. I'm not sure exactly where they kept, but it should be like around that tier. I can check for a link. Didn't like adjust the planner yet though, because I made some tweaks. This is Heartseeker from the Exile, from Maxroll. My Eagle Horn is sold already. But I do have some big Lunging Strike items. And now that my video is out, maybe I can start selling those. Oh, gotta go fast. Dude, the swiftness modes are really funny, I gotta say. They're running so fast then. Yeah, it seems like activating that pillar doesn't have anything to do with the boss just like waiting 10 seconds sometimes. They just like to wait. Another escalation. Yeah, what's up, Dana?
Use it well.
By reaching 9% attack speed. In the planner, if you open the planner, you can see the attack speed breakdown on the side. I mean, there's, I guess, attack speed on rings. Maybe a status even. Glove. That might be the gem as well, the Myriad Stone that gives you attack speed. I figured out what killed me. Pretty much instantly. But that doesn't bring back my character. There was a ring of pen shot. I mean, I was going to push soon with it, but character's dead now, so we're not pushing. But I was aiming for like, you know, close to 100 maybe, or maybe 100 even. I wanted to push with Sharp Condura, so it would have been very fun. It shows me here to go up to the strong room. Okay. Seems like it's gonna be far on the other side though. Okay, F. Snipers on attack speed helps keep Ohm proc constantly. I'm not sure which rune setup I have there. Is it Neo Ohm? I mean, in that case, you might just be taking too much damage. Because Neo plus Ohm should give you a perma Ohm. Because you get 600 per 6 seconds. But if you lose your barriers constantly, then you don't get the Neo proc. We're doing Pock Ohm. I'm not sure what's in the guide actually. Do I have Pock Ohm in the guide? By Neo. With Crushing Hand. Okay. Yeah, I guess at least on the bosses, when you don't proc Quacks all the time. Yeah, I think Neo makes sense actually. On the boss you need to trigger Quacks to really get enough resource spent. That might not be happening that fast. Yeah, I'll do another pass through like the Balazan guides anyway soon. That usually doesn't happen, excuse me. Maybe you picked up two different items. Most fun build is Pen Shot so far. Did this event not get out the side? Or did it not show up? Should have checked here.
I forge more than what a hammer sings on your return.
I mean, to be fair, the Ohm uptime is a relatively minor thing for the build. So yeah, it's nice to have more, but it's like not really such a huge deal. And if there's like a tiny gap, you barely notice that in your overall DPS. But it helps, so... If you don't take too much damage, you just go near Ohm and you have like consistently Ohm up all the time, but on the other hand, you know, if you take too much damage and the barriers drop, then you don't get it. Oh shit, that's a Fist of Fate. That is a Fist of Fate. That someone is standing there. How much would I offer for this on hardcore? Your vendor just gave you GA strength and GA heavy-handed. I also got a bunch of heavy-handed emeralds. There's also a double heroic strong room. I wonder why that happens sometimes. Why is there 2 portals? Maybe it's intended, it's just like you have 2 chances to find it or something. But I feel like generally you're almost fully clearing ambulances anyway. Or fully exploring, and there's a pretty large radius to find the strong rooms. What I'm recommending for Druid. Stormclaw is kind of back. And Earthspike is also really good. Earthspike is like in the hundreds.
Greetings.
Okay, we're buying a Fist of Fate. A pretty big one actually. 500M, I offered. And you accepted. That's definitely worth 500. I can't figure out how to find the legendary and ammunition keys. Yeah, it's on the strong rooms. They only drop from the chest at the strong room. I recommend playing Necro melee Reaper builds. I kind of doubt that is a thing. Although, it synergizes very well with Ping Gorgers. It's only 1 hit. So who knows, maybe that is somewhat playable these days. Although I've never seen it. So I don't really trust it. Really good, Emil. How's it compared to Penshot? It's probably a bit worse than Penshot, but still very nice. The best item, aspect to chase or damage on Rake Spiritborn. I mean, first of all, you need a high unique affix roll on your pants. So that's step 1. Wild Claw's aspect roll does not matter in any way. I guess Starless is pretty useful. What else is there? A good roll in the loyalty. A nice razor plate. Like an ancestral one, maybe like 2GA plus or so. That's like the base of your damage basically with the thorns. Did I click the right thing? Why did it show up so late? You can't get a triple crit on Azure after there's so many rolls. I mean, I was running double on Elemental Surge and Azure and it was fine. And even that is probably better than this, but you know, if you want to play Heartseeker and you like to build, then do it. It's good. Time for pushing. Feels like there's nothing to do anymore. I mean, pushing can be as little as just like, you know, you invest like an hour or two and just try to go up a little bit. Or maybe, you know, a few hours. You don't have to like giga try hard, you know, spend 1,000 keys or some shit. You just see how far you get. I thought about going live at dawn for 1 minute and go off to sleep and ruin everyone's streak. I suppose there's probably like some kind of minimum duration to ruin the streak. Or something like that. I don't know. There's probably like some minimum duration for a stream to count as a stream like that, I guess. That's what I would expect. There is Andre. As I explained to you a few hours ago. Griguar is one of the level bosses. He's in the dry steppes, if you don't know. You need living steel for that to get in Hell Tides. You did Dyson Sphere. This is one of the season procs, yeah, I believe. This is Heartseeker build, Nastax. I'm not sure if it's Zested. I think it's this pressurized steam power. It has this weird animation. And it triggers, or I don't know. It's one of the season things. The Dyson Sphere. There's a difference, Andre, yes. Higher Torment is more loot. But if you're not strong enough to do it on Higher Torment, then just, you know, take some monster into the half and try to get it. Just getting the item is more important than trying to, you know, max it out. It's the Idol of Doom that's bugged. The others are fine. I'm just not picking that anymore. It's actually clearing these rooms fucking fast, man. 40 seconds. Pretty nice. And I'm just trying to get some auto side again. And I also want to see how much I can get. So I started at exactly midnight with 23k, and now we have almost 43k. So we're getting almost 1k auto side per minute doing this, yeah. It's pretty decent. This is pretty comparable to refinement tributes, I gotta say. Refinement tributes is 800 per minute, roughly. 2.5 minutes, Kuros run is 2k. We also need this clear speed, yeah. But I mean, it's not like the fastest build, you know? It's pretty good, but there's definitely plenty of faster builds. Yeah.
Yes, it will. Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Amethyst reserve. We got a lot of amethysts, huh? Yeah. This is actually almost the same as refinement tributes. Interesting. Let's get a horde in 8 minutes. Can we do this? Quickly? Let's see. Good son. I think Pension was a bit more fun, but that's pretty cool too. Congrats, Annie. Ah, I actually misunderstood. I thought you were asking about how to level. But you were talking about boosting. My mistake. Druid is insane right now. Wired. Now I opened 6 wave. Pulverize is the best. There's also Earth Spike, that's pretty good. There's like plenty of Druid builds that are actually pretty decent right now. Flash Window. Is this the best way to aspect farm? There are actually specific aspects and uniques that drop here in hordes. You can check the list on !boss loot. But besides that, you usually want to gamble for your aspects. So you usually run Pit and get Obols. These days maybe Nominations and run Obols with the affix. There's an affix for Obols. Pit gets by far the best XP, and you also get glyph levels there, which are pretty important. So that's like usually one of the first things you do once you enter T1. And then you end up in Torment 2 very soon, then you can start doing some of the bosses to get your most important uniques. And that should give you a nice power curve. Dude, I think for a 6-wave run this is actually insane. I would really like to know how much Ether I have. This stuff is like dropping a lot. Okay, I have like around 2 minutes left. It's gonna be pretty tight. Let's just do this. I need to check how much auto side I'm gonna get from this run. Each elite pops like 10 ether or something. So yeah, 45k. Is that gonna be fast enough? Let's see. Think so. No, I did not get a Grim Favor. F. Probably missed it by like 5 seconds. Well, that was a good run. You got 2.5k here. Okay. Does auto-side cap in hordes? It doesn't cap, but it has like diminishing returns basically. So they made it so that 6, 8 and 10 waves is actually relatively similar in terms of overall output. In terms of time spent per auto-side basically. In fact, I think 8 wave hordes are slightly the winner. Which is kind of funny. But only if you put everything into the auto-side chest, I believe. Not if you open the 200 chest. Hoping that changes in Season 9. I mean, in season 10, I mean, a lot of stuff will change about hordes, I guess, but right, the way it is right now, it actually makes a lot of sense. You know, there's like not really a reason to run a shorter or longer key, basically. Well, like, not, at least not a big one. Besides, okay, the shorter is good for the Whispers, and the shorter is good for getting the 200 chests. But for auto-side at least, you can run long and short hordes, and it's okay. I think that's actually not bad. You don't need the expansion, but it's gonna be a bit scuffed without it. I don't mind. Dude, they should bring back the Stitch and Stones, like, you know, or like convert them back to what they were. Like the Uber bosses or the Exile loot. I think right now this would actually feel really good to just have that system again. It's kind of funny because the bosses that we have already are the Tormented bosses, right? Or Tormented Echoes, which were the ones from the Stitch and Stones. So they made just all of them Tormented. But we'd like the Uber version.
It is done.
Yeah, I should definitely bring back Malphas, man. I've been asking them every single season. Where's Malphas? Guys. Every fucking boss has way too many items in their loot table, man. Where's Malphas? Every season they add more unique items on the same few bosses. Where is Malphas? Macro is still fighting the dummy. Did he get him below 50% HP already? Where's Son of Malphas? Son of Malphas is back actually. That's Exile. Can appear in the Diamonds now. So they made that a thing. That's how is Malphas. Malphas is big. Boom. Yeah, they're probably gonna fix that bug where they don't drop anything. I'll expect that on Tuesday. Right, you got our pants now, right? And this emerald is kinda decent, but it has life, which I don't really want here, I suppose. How much life do I lose if I look at this? 2k. It's like 15% life. Could be some decent damage. And then this dex should be like life instead, I suppose, to like make this worth it. On the other hand, maybe I'll just leave it as it is. Maybe Gamba rings again. Always Gamba rings. There was still a ring I wanted for the Druid, I believe. Okay, do I do like a harmony session? I wanted to try this, I don't know, let's say 50 harmony tributes or something. And see how that goes. But maybe gonna try this on another build. So let's just continue here. How's my titans? 9 titans. 12 titans. 10 titans is roughly an hour of bossing. This is what I learned. Did 60 harmony tributes and only got 1 legendary. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna do a bit of a test. Maybe it's gonna run like 100 harmonies or something. I don't know, load up evade and go. Or something like that. Need a Shaco for that. Or maybe load up Quill Volley. You think that, Saphir? You think that? I think that too, actually. I don't think sets are coming. At least not how they used to work, at least. I can't imagine they're actually making item sets like the freestyle. Something like Guardians, Augurs and so on, maybe, but even then, I mean, they're not really different from just adding more random, less legendary aspects and more random uniques. We already have like 1,000 things in every slot that all competes with each other, and then you just add sets where you have even more to compete with all that same stuff. Like, it doesn't actually like change the game in any way, because, you know, every build already has items equipped, you know? Like, we don't get anything new, like in, you know, another layer or some other system or something. It's just the same shit anyway that we already have. Like, what the purpose is there to sets? There's none right now. We already have items, and plenty of those, and way too many of them, and they keep adding more anyway. There needs to be like some special niche that those sets occupy, if that's going to be a thing. But I'm not even sure what that should be. You know, something that makes them actually special compared to all other items, basically. Heartseeker and Game Rogue Guide. Tata. Alright, everything is pretty good right now, Iscarius.
nothing. Magic in a bottle. Excellent.
I like the way I'm upgrading my glyphs right now on this character. Been doing like a bit of light pushing. Now doing the 16% runs. This gives me almost a glyph up per run. 5 chances. It's like a 0.8 glyph ups. Glyphs per run, basically. So in 5 runs I get 4 ups. Like 6 runs, I have almost 1 on each glyph. 6 runs is like 20 minutes. So in 1 hour I get like +3 on all glyphs. It's not too terrible actually. If you haven't played since the expansion in Skyros, a lot of stuff has changed for Sorcs and for all classes, I guess. So you might want to peek a bit of the Maxroll guides. Enjoy. This is a very different build, Ghost Elite.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. I'll keep my forge hot.
Hello. Vasily. Hello, shining beauty.
Use it well.
That's the spirit.
Sounds like it might be lacking armor or resistances when I go into higher Torments Boba. Like the Balazar builds, they don't have that many opportunities to invest into that. And they're also so powerful that they usually end up in Torment 4 pretty early. And they have no parent cons where I can get armor and resistance stuff, so you just have to try to get as much as possible. Use incense, potions. I was running a normal helm instead of loyalty for a while as well to do Torment 4. And yeah, you want to hit like at least 10k HP, I guess. Then more with consumables. And this build is Heartseeker on Maxroll, Lord Gatsby. How's the heat? Yeah, it's very hot here. And now it's 1 AM. It's getting better for the next few hours. And then repeat. I try to use incense if you don't already, MOBA. And I don't know, you can start masterworking your stuff if you haven't. And then pick up some more res nodes on the Paragon as soon as possible. Six k HP is a bit low. Like my Spiritborn was actually reaching 21k HP. With potion and stuff. Dude, what's up with this glyph? It just doesn't get a level up. Playing Heartseeker over farming or pit pushing. This is currently the only rogue build I have still planned, right? So I'm just planning to respec this. Well, someone plays on Eden's account, nerf. I put it on Prudent Heart. I like throwing it into builds before I have any uniques in those slots. Either that or protecting, plus like a general defensive aspect is usually a nice combo. For example, on Lilith is nice as well. You know, you can like eat one of the skulls and then Prudent Heart procs and gives you like 4 seconds immunity. Just like stand there, all the skulls fly through you.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Yeah, I'm at 4 out of 5 Harbingers. Disaster. Don't spawn one. I think this event doesn't spawn Harbingers, right? But it could happen randomly, maybe, from like respawn. Oh, it worked out.